Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. Just gonna come in a little bit till we get the CEO in here, everybody in here, whatever. Have a little music. I just want to get everybody to get up in here, man. So what's up? It's your Sahab. Shout out to everybody gonna be tuning this later, man. This is the fourth installment of Baby Boule. But I submit that we've been doing the work exposing Boule and exposing what they got going on for a while, y'all. So I'm gonna say shout out to all the American Aborigines. I'm just gonna be listening to this a little later. Definitely appreciate everybody. We got Tasco, the CEOs in the motherfucking building. Y'all haven't shopped. We are 2 a.m. Check us out over there. Some drip, some Aboriginal drip over at We Are 2 a.m. weare2am.com. Shout out to 2 a.m. Gladys. Yeah, whenever you get that pulled up, just put it on there. I'm just gonna talk shit. All right, get that or whatever. And we're gonna have the Autochonous One be coming in the building a little later, breaking some of this hip-hop Illuminati down. Yeah, you know how we do, man. You know, it's just not about clickbait. It's not about. It's really about the information. It's really about getting this exposing the people, for instance, to these people. You know what I'm saying, and what's going on. Because we say this all the time, as if they're like the mythological people that we can't touch them. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us, for instance, we became indoctrinated through hip hop. Y'all dig what I'm saying? So we've been indoctrinated through hip hop. So we're gonna get some of this Trey Ali. We're changing the frequency of it. So shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up. On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled, how I ain't gonna let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. That you match tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they make.
Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self wish to choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. If a truck they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, snap full of chicken moppers.
Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
That was the infamous Trey Ali, 1865. Said white supremacy fake. Shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. Piece of the guy. So shout out to everybody in the building. Let me go ahead and shout y'all out real fast. 1 second. Gretchen Helm is in the building. What's we got here? Takeoff Tyson, Matthew Simmons, Truth Master Dre, Shatahala Bell, Nova the Star, Empress Freedom Feathers, Asar, PG, Daphne, Indian Brown, Alexis, Susan, Chris Jackson, Elizabeth Young, Brandon Rogers. I'm gonna say peace. I see TNT in the building. I'm gonna say peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. I'm gonna say welcome. Thank you guys for being here. You guys could be anywhere else in the world. Y'all tapped in here with us today. Definitely appreciate that. Hey man, we're just gonna get right into this thing. Y'all know how it is, man. We're just gonna get right into this thing. I want to pull up this. Y'all know, man, one of my favorite teachers of all time. And Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, I say we would definitely have to dedicate this to him, this show to him, or whatever, because he was one of the teachers that spoke to us young men during the time period, during the hip hop era and stuff like that or whatever. And we were talking about how a lot of us were duped by hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about X-Clan and just fighting the power. We were programmed away from our land, right? When we talk about Baby Boule, a lot of these rappers, right, whether they in the Masonic orders or not, we're going to find out a lot of them are in these Masonic orders. A lot of them are fraternity members, sorority members, things of that nature, whatever. Not that makes you a bad person. That just makes you Baby Boule. That makes you work. That means that you're working against the best interests of your people. And you might not know it. Now, if we can look at the history of hip hop, we know where it started from. We know where it's at today, right? Let's just be clear. We know where it's at today. So we have a 40-year run of where hip hop started from and where it's at today. We could, boom, there you go, right there, right? 40+ year run of hip hop. How hip hop, whether some people say it's very detrimental. You know what I'm saying? Some people say that it's just expression of art. You got all these different things, but we know the 5 elements of hip hop. One of the main elements of it was about enlightenment, the culture, speaking the truth, a lot of these things. And what made, for instance, the great Tupac Shakur great, right, is the fact that he was pushing a lot of I want to say Black empowerment themes and things of these natures or whatever, right? So let's do this. We're going to get right into this thing. Like I said, shout out to the great Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Yeah, this is an excerpt from The Bullet of the Bullet. He just took The Ballad of the Bullet by the great Malcolm X and turned it into The Bullet of the Bullet. And it's just an excerpt from it. He's talking about hip hop. Let's go.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna end mine. If you ain't down for the Africans here,
fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
From apartheid shit, yeah, but you need to step your fuck ass to the side and let us brothers and us Africans step in and start putting some foot in that ass. Negro ran out and attacked the rappers. Let me put the bullet on hold for a moment. Went out and attacked the rappers. He didn't know Tupac Shakur. You don't know Snoop Doggy Dogg. You don't know Biggie Smalls. You don't know Sean Puffy Combs.
You don't know them butts while you sitting on your butt, afraid to come into the community and deal with the grassroots of your people. A whole generation has come up around you. Let's talk about the rappers for a minute. Can we talk about the rappers for a moment? Let's talk about Tupac Shakur for a moment. Tupac Shakur is a child of the 60s. Tupac Shakur, born out of the spirit of the revolution of the 60s. Tupac Shakur, fire in his bones, huh? Boldness and rebellion in his blood. Born from his beautiful, bold Black Panther mama, Afeni, sitting in the jail cell, a revolutionary woman carrying the fruit of life, marking the child in her womb, marking the child with rebellion, marking the child with insurrection, marking the child with a spirit to not go along with what's been going on. When you got a generation like that, you've got to work with them. You've got to mold them and shape them and fashion them. They represent the best generation we've ever produced. They're mad. They're angry. White man say, wear your cap, turn this way. They turn theirs around. He say he wearing his pants up, they wear theirs down. Whatever he says do, they do the opposite. Rebellious. Sick and tired of what's been going on in the hells of North America. And so they rap lyrics that speak to the pain and the suffering and the low down life of the black man and woman. They speak to our condition at the grassroots level, in the muck, in the mire, and in the mud. Not to just be attacked. If you sit and if you stand in the pulpit that Adam Clayton Powell Jr. stood in, Adam Clayton Powell characterized himself in his words as the baddest nigga in Congress. The baddest nigga in Congress. That's what he said. He said, keep the faith, baby. Don't panic. Tupac said the same thing. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. But for butts and a few other butt-licking, boot-licking, buck-dancing niggas, somebody has to call these niggas out. But some of you are so connected to them, or you want something from them, or you want favor from them, or you want to be recognized by them. If you don't stand up for the liberation of our people, then the hell with any nigga. I don't care who he is or where he is, the hell with him, if he won't stand up for the liberation of our people. If we touch the hearts and minds of the rappers, they could create a revolution overnight. Overnight. Literally, overnight. But to attack them and put them down, talking about the language that they use, when you're acting like what they're talking about. But to the youth who are under the sound of my voice, you too have a responsibility. You do have a responsibility to wake up, clean up, and stand. And give liberation lyrics to our people that will uplift them. Man, Al Capone. You dress like some other cracker, some Jew gangster, some Italian gangster. You're not a gangster. You are the very people of God, trying to look like some damn criminal from Italy, some mafioso, some Italiano boy. Look like fools on TV, dressed up in all of this mess. You diss black designers. You don't want to wear the clothes from your black designers. You wearing Tommy Hill, nigga. You wearing polo because you've been so damn poor and you've been living so damn low until you don't want to do nothing to pick yourself up and do something for yourself and give proper direction and guidance to the masses of your people who yearn to breathe free. This is the year of the bullet or the bullet.
Sheesh. Hey, man, there you have it. So the great Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, right? Yo, you know, so some of the stuff that he's saying, right? That's the 90s. We're still dealing with it absolutely right now today, which is interesting. The same situation, but it's worse from the 90s, right? When we talk about gangster rap and stuff like that or whatever. And some of the things that happened, you know, we can go back to the Million More movement and march that happened in New York and them fighting the police and all these different things. It was a tape that Master P, shout out to Master P, right? That Master P, and it's interesting that Master P was the one that put the money up for Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad to have the Million More march in New York when they had it. Still got disrupted by the police, but that historical event still happened. Now, here's the thing about Master P, right? According to this book that was written by, the guy's name is Peter Potash. I think that's his name. Whatever. We're about to play an interview with this guy in a minute, right? But this guy wrote a book called The FBI's War on Tupac Shakur and Other Black Leaders. Now, it was interesting that, you know, when he was, well, I don't want to spoil nothing if you guys don't know anything about this book or whatever. The reason why we're tying this into Baby Boule, you guys are going to understand this, who we're going after, who we're exposing right now. You know, Tupac being one of the greatest rappers of all time, right? But also one of the, you know, iconic, you know what I'm saying, freedom fighters that we had. You know, people still use Tupac, say he was a son of a Black Panther, all these different things, right? So you guys are going to see this in this interview with the dude that wrote the book, the FBI Secret War. There's again, Secret War on Tupac Shakur and Other Black Leaders. Now, it was interesting when I read this book, right? What was interesting to me that it was only, no disrespect to anybody else that has Jewish handlers, but the only one that didn't have a Jewish handler, right? Hence, he could put his money up and pay to help Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad have the Million More march. That's what Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad was referring to. Now, what is interesting that somebody said that he was on Ice Cube's head. He was, because Ice Cube was supposed to be helping as well, y'all. So I don't know why he didn't help or whatever the case may be, but there was some things that, you know, that because Ice Cube used samples of Doc, you know, and use these things or whatever. So he was definitely aware and acquainted with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, there was some criticism for Doc on Ice Cube at the time or whatever. And I mean, but once again, we all have criticism. You understand? Even the greats like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Shout out to Professor Grill. So yeah, so I want to get into this video, y'all, and we can stop it and we can talk. We'll go back while we wait for A1 to get up in here. But this is what I want to do too. This is a little exercise, right? Because this was Snoop Dogg had told his top 5. And to me, it wasn't really about who was in this top 5. I can kind of imagine some of the people that was in this top 5. But Eminem was in this top 5. And Eminem got mad, right? Which is kind of disrespectful for anybody to get mad that somebody's saying, hey man, these are the people right here that influenced me. And Snoop was out before for this guy. So I don't know why he would have to say that Eminem was in his top 5, right? But they made Snoop basically apologize for who he said his top 5 is, right? So my question to all of y'all, since this is a hip hop edition, right? We're doing top 5s tonight. Who are y'all top 5 dead or alive rappers, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Who y'all top 5? I'm in no order for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put my top 5, in there, say them occasionally, whatever. See if you guys got some of my top 5 in y'all top 5, right? Let's talk about it. So top 5. With no certain order for me, y'all. I have to put Tupac in my top 5, right? That's just if Tupac Shakur is not in everybody's top 5, maybe you wasn't around then or whatever. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Maybe he didn't resonate with you, whatever the case may be. If he's not in your top 5, but just not only the music, but the culture. We're still speaking his name damn near 30 years since he's transitioned. You know what I'm saying? People still say, oh, Tupac's our Elvis Presley, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, Elvis ain't dead. We seen Elvis, on Las Vegas Strip the other day. Seen Tupac over here. You know what I'm saying? And people have said that. They talk about Tupac as if he's that guy. So, what we got? I don't see no top 5s in here yet. Who y'all got? Top 5, dead or alive? Is Jadakiss in y'all top 5? Shout out to the Locks. Who else I got in my top 5, y'all? Who else I got in my top 5? Let me see. I'm still, will I be still bumping? See, I just a lot of things. Hold on 1 second, y'all. A1 card. Yeah, A1 gonna be in a little bit, y'all. We're gonna get into this video right here. Let's pull this up. Let's get it. Want to say fair use, y'all. This is the FBI's war on secret war on Tupac Shakur and other black leaders. Right? Let's go.
What was it that got you involved with this story behind Tupac?
So I come from a family of left-wing activists, and I was into left-wing activism, and I was doing drug and alcohol counseling in Baltimore City, and in 1980, started in 1989 down in Baltimore City, and I was also writing short stories, and I wrote a short story about drugs in society that people wanted me to turn into a novel. It was going to be a kind of an activist novel, and I had a patient, a client, we call him, who was an addict and had said my father was a Black Panther killed by the police. So I ended up using him as a character in my novel, and I was researching the Black Panthers, and I found out that the Shakurs were the leading New York City Black Panthers. And so then I came across the fact in 1994 when Tupac Shakur was shot in the New York recording studio lobby. They said another strange twist in the Tupac case, the same officers that first arrived at the alleged sexual assault scene a year earlier were the first to arrive at his shooting. And so I called his New York trial lawyer, Michael Warren, and said, do you think that the FBI and police intelligence are targeting Tupac like they targeted his Black Panther parents? And he said, yes, and no one's writing about it. And so I have been getting some national political magazines that covered issues like this, and interviewed Michael Warren for an hour or two, and ended up publishing in a local magazine in the spring of '95 an article questioning whether there was a new COINTELPRO targeting Tupac Shakur. And COINTELPRO is the FBI's counterintelligence program that targets Black Panthers. Right. So finally, in 1998, a national magazine started by a CIA whistleblower called Covert Action Quarterly, which had won a lot of what we call Project Censored awards. It said that they were going to publish this article in an expanded form, which I had done with 50 endnotes. And so his family, or actually his business manager, his national lawyer, and others close to him opened up to me in a big way for both that article and what they asked that I turn it into a book. So from about 1998 to 2007, when I put this book out in paperback form, I was off and on studying and researching his case, and interviewed, did probably over 100 interviews. I got about 100 FBI documents, though I was told there was over 4,000 pages in Tupac's FBI file. I paid for those pages, and they sent me 99 pages only because they said for national security reasons. But I got a lot of CIA documents and literally thousands of court documents and different of his cases and his family's cases, and just read probably over 100 books and thousands of different articles from magazines and newspapers to support my the theme of this book, which is the FBI war.
Rappers, associates, or gang members. If he's just a gang member, why should that interfere with national security?
Right. It's of course a good question. And now the way the American media presents Tupac Shakur, they present him as just a gang member, not an activist, and just a rapper that was, into negative activities. What Tupac really was a lifelong committed left-wing activist. Starting from age 13, when a Reverend Herbert Daltrey asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he said a revolutionary. By the age of 17 years old, he was elected as the youngest national chairman of a group called the New African Panthers. Yeah. They wanted to replicate the Black Panthers. They were the young adult organization inside the New African People's Organization, which was also active in 8 cities nationwide. So Tupac was a committed activist at 17, 18 years old when he was leading this group. He was a top newspaper salesman of this group. And of course, the New African People's Organization was founded by former Black Panthers and former members of the Republic of New Africa and other excellent Black activists. So this is all before he became a rapper. Yeah. Now, at some point, within the next year or two, maybe 3, his business manager told me, Watani Tayahimba, a former Los Angeles Black Panther, who was also national security director for the New African People's Organization, he confirmed to me that Tupac took on a fake gangster persona in order to appeal to gangs and then politicize them. And that was part of the Bloods versus Crips peace truce movement. Former Black Panthers and other Black activists had gotten the notorious gangs that were warring against each other, the Bloods and the Crips, to stop fighting each other and to fight racism. Yeah. and to work on activist causes around the Los Angeles area. And the Bloods and Crips were active nationally. And so slowly but surely, these gang peace truces started to spread throughout California and then across the country, to the point that in New York, the largest gang, the Latin Kings, were influenced to stop doing illegal activities and start working on activism. And they were influenced by the Young Lords, which was the Latino version of the Black Panthers in the United States.
And they've been around for a long time, the Young Lords, haven't they?
They have. They of course, they weren't as active as they were in the 60s, but there were still a lot of members who were doing good activist work. One of them that talked to me at length was Vincent Panama Alba, for example. But a number of them were doing great work in helping the Latin Kings transform into what they renamed themselves, which was the Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation.
Yeah.
So what Tupac was involved in was this, this kind of this activism in that way. He was also funding the New African Peoples Organization. The National Security Director of the New African Peoples Organization was his business manager, Watani Tayahimba, I talked about. His national lawyer was Chokwe Lumumba, who was head of the New African Peoples Organization. So he was consistently funding them. He was doing a number of different activist things on the side while he was rapping and pretending to be this gangster rapper. Yeah. And as I said, he loaded his lyrics with a lot of these gangster rap lyrics, but he also put in some political messages, such as, of course, the album Words of Wisdom, and some other political songs throughout his second album and some of his third album. And now, once he was in jail, though, they put him in solitary confinement for 10 out of the 11 months. Yeah. They used all forms of tactics that are called by Amnesty International penal coercion tactics to mess his head up, including his lawyer said that every time he went to visit Tupac in jail, they would stick their rubber gloved fingers up his butt, pretending to look for contraband. Yeah. So they were basically torturing him in jail, messing his head up. And then when he got out of jail, he was with Death Row Records, who I argue and show evidence of that continued these tactics to mess his head up. And only when he was finally getting away from Death Row Records did he get back into some of his activist lyrics. And he had started his own record company, his own film company, and had fired the real head of Death Row Records, a guy named Dave Kenner, a white lawyer. And within 9 days of firing him, of course, he was killed. Yeah. And now I argue that Death Row Records was a U.S. intelligence front company. Yeah. And I say that based on the fact that a high-level white Los Angeles police officer found dozens and dozens of his fellow police officers at all levels of Death Row Records. And when he went to his superiors to ask what were they doing there, they said you can consider them covert agents. So there's that and much more evidence that Death Row Records was a U.S. intelligence front company, and one of their goals was to aid in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Yeah. And of course, they had some other goals also, which was partly to end the Bloods versus Crips peace truce.
But on a grander scale, isn't it somehow, if you look at hip hop today, what it's become, wouldn't you say from your conclusion that it might be also more than just Def Jam, more than just Death Row? Is a tool, it's more than just Death Row. Is it actually a tool to suppress Black people in general?
Well, yeah, I agree that the whole industry, in the 80s, for example, you had groups like Public Enemy that were putting out activist lyrics. You had Boogie Down Productions,
Tribe Called Quest, all these
Tribe Called Quest. Yeah, I mean, these are groups that I liked a lot in the 80s and early 90s, and I think the industry was taken over by the huge multinational corporations, particularly Time Warner, that the Los Angeles Times said bought the vast majority of the rap labels. Now, Time Warner is, of course, a media giant, and Time Warner's history is intimately connected with U.S. intelligence. Their vice president for years, many years, decades, is a guy named Charles Douglas Jackson. If you look at the excellent book by British magazine editor Frances Stoner Saunders called The Cultural Cold War, you'll see that she went through Charles Douglas Jackson's letters, and he went back and forth between being a CIA architect and had the name head of psychological warfare, US government, and then being head of Time Incorporated, vice president of Time Incorporated. So he was going back and forth between those two positions. And I show much evidence and argue that he was running, and she found evidence of that he was running psychological warfare operations through Time Incorporated's magazines and their other media properties. And some of those operations, of course, were against Black activists and Black musicians, in particular, Black entertainers. So I found evidence that this kept up until now. I found a U.S. intelligence memo was published in a book went through the documents of the Senate Church Committee about the particular targeting of political musicians by the FBI, by the U.S. intelligence forces. So there's a lot of evidence of this kind of targeting and the kind of attempt to take over the music industry, particularly the music industry, because of its influence over people's hearts and minds.
Especially because it's power over the youth.
Right, exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and now there's still a struggle there. Now, Grant, I agree with you. A huge amount of hip-hop has been taken over and co-opted by the multinational corporations who have a lot of, I think, negative intent in influencing the Black community for the worse.
Hold on. I want to stop right there.
For the worse.
Stop it right there.
While you got other individual rappers, though, that are...
So here's the thing, right? Like, it's like everybody knows this has happened, right? Everybody knows, this guy right here that's speaking, that wrote this book, right? Said that he was a drug counselor, basically working with drug addicts and things of that nature. And it's like, okay, let's talk about the effects of the drugs into our culture, into our communities. We understand from alcohol to opium to heroin to crack to the pills today. We know that they have done this to the people. Like we right here, they made a show about it called Snowfall. They write books about it. They tell all the things they've done. And when they get Ollie North or they get any of these people up on the stand in front of Congress, you know what they say? We can't say anything else based off of national security. National security just throws everything in the trash. Now, here's my thing about national security, right? Now, we know for a fact that, or you should know, and some things that they're not going to talk about because, once again, I kind of think that these people are part, this guy, Patash, and all the other people that report on this, right? Once again, we're here to get through the bullshit, right? Now, here's the thing. If a guard assaults an inmate, okay? Listen to what I'm saying. If a guard assaults an inmate. Now, I don't know about y'all, if you guys have ever been somewhere, whatever. I don't know if you're going to allow guards to fondle you or rape you, because that's essentially what's happening. That was a rumor that this guy continues to keep putting out. There's no evidence of this or whatever. Once again, that's a rumor that they're putting out, that the guards did this to Tupac once they came in there. Now, I wasn't there, but once again, to discredit somebody, to derail, always pushing fear. Once again, it's called controlled opposition. Okay? So keep in mind, this guy is not our friend. So I just want to put that out there. I want you guys to understand that even when these people are telling these stories or whatever, they're telling them from a position that's not going to help you. You understand what I'm saying? So we know for a fact that these things happen. These things happen to our people, that they put drugs in our community, and from these drugs that we got the gang warfare and all these other things. Tupac would have just been a result of these things, a symptom of just like the rest of the Bloods and the Crips and all these other organizations that weren't started for negativity, but once again because of the economics and because of them blood in the streets So we know that these things happen to our people, and we know that these people did it, who done it, when they did it, and all these other things. And these are the things that we are saying that needs to be restituted. We need restitution for the crimes that you guys are still perpetrating against our people. And you use hip hop to do it. Period. And we understand that once again, right? Now, y'all know, y'all can go back in the time period where, hip hop, air quote, hip hop wasn't on the radio, right? Hip hop wasn't on television. Even when it existed, it didn't exist, right? Now, could you guys imagine if people were basically saying that or doing these things, like, or saying some of the stuff that they're saying in the songs now when they first started? Would that have ever got on the radio? So at some point, the radio stations, the record companies and stuff say, yo, you know what? Let's put out this debauchery. Let's put out this death culture, right? So I just wanted to put that context over there. Let's get back to it. Let's go.
Who have a lot of, I think, negative intent in influencing the Black community for the worse, and all community, youth in general, for the worse. While you got other individual rappers though that are still trying to do good things. Just off the top of my head, I'll say like people like Immortal Technique, Dead Prez, the Crew are doing good things, but they don't get the kind of publicity that the more negative rappers, are getting. And whoever you want to name who are the top rappers of today. So that is the struggle that continues.
Knock, knock, we still here doing our thing. Yeah, doing the right thing. We ain't just said just about anything, just to get those out there material things. I ain't saying we ain't bought anything. Stuck with the rap, never tried to sing. Bring a noise, raise the roof, they afraid of the youth. Look out, duck down. You can't handle the truth. Now the club ain't no church and the church ain't no club. Check the DJs mixing up murder and love. Whose shoulders the burden of all that murdering? The people, love spelled backwards is evil.
Yeah, we're having a little technical difficulty. We'll be right back. 1 second, y'all. Pull up something. Okay, guys, we having a little technical difficulties. Hold on 1 second.
A Dream Mix exclusive.
Hello all, it's J-Mix here, and I'd like to welcome all my YouTube subs and viewers to part 2 of my exclusive interview with John Potash, author of the book, The FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders. So without any further ado, I'm going to get into part 2 with John Potash. John, did you ever get to the point where you were in fear of retaliation for some of the info that you put out?
Well, yeah, sure. I'm constantly in different degrees of fear of that, but I guess my passion to get these ideas out there is overrides my fears.
In your opinion, who is responsible for the death of Tupac Shakur?
The super wealthy and U.S. intelligence. I think they orchestrated Tupac's murder or assassination, whatever you want to call it, and they set it up. They had agents set it up.
John, you have stated that there were multiple attempts on Tupac's life. As fans, we only know of a few. Can you name these instances?
Well, it started when he first added wealth and fame to his radical activism. And now, at about 17 years old, he was elected. He was the youngest elected chairman of the New African Panthers. That was a group trying to replicate the Black Panthers. It was the young adult group of the New African People's Organization, which was started by former Black Panthers, former members of the Republic of New Africa. Now, Tupac's, stepfather, Mutulu Shakur, had co-founded the Republic of New Africa. Obviously, as I said, his mother, Afeni, was one time head of the Harlem Black Panthers. And so this group, this young adult group, was the same age as the Black Panthers when they started in Oakland, California, with Bobby Seale and Huey Newton. So he was already ahead he was already a national Black activist leader at 17 years old before he even got involved with Digital Underground. Once he got involved with Digital Underground, he started getting some wealth and fame, and then he finally landed his album debut, and his single "Trapped" had a worldwide release with MTV, and that was a radical political song. And within several days of Trapped coming out, police stopped him supposedly for jaywalking, and they choked him unconscious and banged his head against the curb. And I found 2 other incidents in the news where people died in police custody from those same actions. So I argue that was the first attempt on Tupac's life. And the second attempt, I believe, was a drive-by shooting at the time of his when Juice's premiere. When he was driving in a limousine between San Francisco premiere of the movie Juice and Oakland, California. Third time was at Marin City Festival. And when strangers shot at him for no reason in front of police, and police failed to stop it or apprehend the strangers, instead just arrested Tupac. And fourth time being when after a concert he was driving in Atlanta, and two supposedly off-duty police officers with the third person ran at Tupac's car, smashed the window with the butt of their gun and shot at him. And this is all, from eyewitnesses. I quote Atlanta Constitution Journal, our main newspaper down there, about this. And that's why Tupac got off, when he just simply rolled out the back of the car and grabbed his bodyguard's gun and shot back and hit them in the butt and back and legs. And I have eyewitnesses who I quote on this, and different other people.
John, the attack has been referenced as just two drunk off-duty cops who had done this.
People did argue that they were drunk. I argue that they weren't drunk, but I don't know for sure. But I do know what they did have was a gun stolen from a police evidence locker. And I quote other police officers saying that we call that a throwaway gun, that when you shoot someone unlawfully, you can just put the gun down so that it can't be traced back to you, because it's an unmarked gun stolen from the police evidence locker, so it can't be traced back to you.
Even with that being said, that they were perhaps intoxicated, isn't it a bit of a stretch to believe the government would use people in unconventional ways to perform this type of activity?
Well, I just don't think, I think the intoxicated.
For thousands of years, the Red Yao tribe has lived in a secluded village in the Longshan Mountains of southern China.
The women are famous for the incredible.
It was a cover-up. There's never really any, it's been said they were intoxicated, but I think that was, it's just a cover-up. There's never any evidence that they were intoxicated. I think, the government would use, these two white Atlanta cops to do something like this, sure. And to do it when they're, to have them drink before it, no. I think they were doing this, this was all on purpose. And there's a lot more evidence besides what I described for why this was a purposeful attempt to murder Tupac at that time. They knew exactly where his hotel room was, despite that he was, in the hotel room under a pseudonym. There was, tons of other evidence, to implicate them in a murder attempt.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you earlier. So according to your timeline, the Quad Studios would be the fifth attack on Tupac's life, correct?
Right. People say it was a random mugging at 11, o'clock at night, but it was in the most well-lit area in the world at night, Times Square. And, these guys, I got the government documents from, that was an affidavit from the doctor that analyzed Tupac right after the shooting. And they described it as, one gun, basically one shot put him down on the ground, and the other two shots went in the back of the skull and out the front of the skull. And in my book, I have a picture of the affidavit from the doctor describing this. In my film, I also have a picture of the affidavit so you can read it yourself. So this was a murder attempt. This wasn't just a random mugging. And I'll just say also, of course, the police, a guard at the Quad Studios said that police, there was film of this incident. There was film of these guys coming into the lobby, doing this to Tupac, or at least coming into the lobby before they did it. And so the police, the security guard offered the police the film, but they just turned it down and closed the case.
Shortly after the attack at the Quad Studios, Tupac went to prison.
Mm-hmm.
What tactics do you believe are used against a prisoner that is deemed a political threat? Well,
Amnesty International published a report on what they call penal coercion. And penal coercion uses they listed 8 different methods for messing up a prisoner's mind in order to influence them as best you can. And I found evidence of all 8 of those techniques used on Tupac. Just isolation, 24, really basically 23 and a half out of 24 hours a day, complete isolation, and a number of other techniques like that. And they also, I believe, tortured him by doing rectal searches every time someone came and visited him, despite, the guards watching all visits of Tupac. and sticking their gloved fingers up his rectum to torture him, and also threatening him, of course, showing shirts about KKK and threatening him his life and doing all kinds of other things to him to mess his mind up. And I think they did that to get him to do what they wanted. Sign with Death Row Records in order to get out of prison. Convince him that Biggie was trying to kill him and it was behind his shooting. Things like that. And with that, they created the, of course, East Coast versus West Coast rap war. And Kathleen Cleaver, the spokesperson for the National Black Panther Party, told me that they did the same thing with the Black Panthers, created the East Coast versus West Coast rivalry with the Panthers between Afeni Shakur in New York and founder Huey Newton in Oakland. And, it led to people's deaths the same way that this led to people's deaths with the East Coast versus West Coast rap war. The thing is, the leading figures they thought were actually behind the deaths of the Panthers were undercover agents inside that infiltrated the Panthers. And I argue it's with the rap war, best evidence is that U.S. intelligence is behind some of these murders and not other rappers.
Once again, this is J-Mix here, and I want to thank everybody out there on the internet that's listening. Shout out to TupacNation.net, DubCC, and BombFirst.com. Real recognize real, and I'll catch everybody on the next upload. Keep it locked right here. More exclusives to come. One love, everybody.
A J-Mix exclusive.
What up, shut up?
Yeah, man. Just another one of those right there, man. Probably got some more. Yo, so we kind of know, a lot of us know the stories or whatever, but some of the details, get kind of cloudy. I know when I was reading this book, it was a lot of things. Once again, they're talking about national security, right? Well, why do y'all think they're talking about national security? Like, what's so national security about rapping? What's so national security? Because we believe in all this COINTELPRO conversation. We believe in stopping the rise of the black messenger or messiah. Messiah means messenger. Just all these things. But if y'all don't understand that it's like somebody putting a battery in your back, or somebody making you be this thug, or making you be against your country, so to speak. So we're talking about communism, we're talking about some of these things. When they're talking about national security, they're talking about communism. They're talking about socialism. Y'all understand what I'm saying? While they're pushing Darwinism, I think it's really crazy. But this is a real thing. What's happening to us as a people? We're being experimented on, as you guys seen with Judge Hope Brown and the stuff that they were doing in the judicial system. It's the same conversation. Let's deprive these people from this, from resources. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They create crime. They create Tupac. They created Tupac. Y'all understand what I'm saying? A lot of us were Tupac. A lot of us got turned out based off of the conditions and the things that we were in, that we were born in, that we lived in, so on and so forth. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That we just had to do whatever we had to do to survive. Y'all remember when the minimum wage was $3.25. I mean, it ain't too much different from it now. What, it's double that now? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, you guys wonder why the BMS series is so popular right now. You know what I'm saying? Because people like to, we need heroes as well, and Tupac was a hero of ours. A lot of our urban legends, a lot of our urban cowboys, a lot of our urban people are our heroes. You know what I'm saying? Like we said this guy Tupac would be our equivalent to James Dean and those guys. You know what I'm saying? Our urban legends and these people or whatever. So yes, discrediting them and doing certain things or whatever. But I'm just saying, what is Tupac doing that was so national security? You understand what I'm saying? So I submit to the table, you know, that when we're talking about national security, once again, the teachings of, you know, some of the things that they're talking about, it's like they set you up to be a part of that. And that's what they'll say. Oh, well, you guys are black identity extremists, right? Because why? Because you're pushing black, and you're talking about, hey, fuck America, we hate America. And you guys are just like these guys burning American flags and stuff. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But you were programmed for that. Somebody programmed you and made you that way. You understand what I'm saying? Let's pull up a song real fast, y'all. Let's get this in. Let's see what A1 at, y'all. So shout out to the tribe, man. Peace to everybody tapped in, man. You tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. And I come in peace. But we got to get the truth, y'all. The truth is going to hurt, man. So don't be mad. Don't be mad, man. We got more. We got a lot more coming. I just think, you know, when we're talking about hip hop, y'all, you know, it's real funny. You know, the Cleveland show, for instance, was saying, you know, did a Illuminati when they had Kenny West. Y'all remember Kenny West? This the thumbnail of this that's from Family Guy, right? They had Bruno Mars. I think they had Will.i.am and Nicki Minaj, right? And they used some of these people's voices to play these parts. Kanye played his parts, Kenny West. You know what I'm saying? And it's just interesting that, you know, a lot of times, you know, people play around about the Illuminati, and these guys will come up and they'll throw a diamond logo. You know what I mean? Well, the seriousness of it is this. Y'all remember when Diamond Dallas Page, the wrestler, had to stop using it? Jay-Z made him stop using it. He apologized on national TV, like, hey, I don't want no smoke with you, sir. Like, it was really interesting to me to see that, you know what I'm saying? But going back to the Illuminati, this is a secret society that was started in Germany, Bavaria, right? Was even called Germany when this society, and they were always behind the scenes, manipulating shit. So at one point in time in the 1800s, they were outlawed. But anyway, let's get to this, man. We got Mafia Way, A-State Band Runners, Lake Village, Arkansas. Stand the fuck up. Let's go.
You ready? Yeah. I come from the rad, 421 getting them a bag. Like I'm Big P with them rad, like a line bag. I'm going straight for the sand. I don't think them niggas like that. Fuck on that left. Now I got that little hoe mad. She trying to get to a tan. Bear on the shit. Fuck her and give her the boot. I feel like okay, I'm mad. Hey, fuck how you feeling? I just might roll me a feeling. Trying to take away the feeling. Back to the ceiling. Feel like I'm playing Fortnite. La Freddy pulled up a minute. Yeah, I might turn up, get the tripping. Yeah, she wanna fuck off the image. Yeah, kick her ass out when I'm finished. Yeah, now she can stand the rain like Mystic. Yeah, I know niggas heard of me. All in your bit like I'm doing surgery. I'm still on Confetti Street. Nigga mad at the kid fucking let it be. I ain't gon' get the best of me. Young nigga dripping, A4, what's your recipe? And when I'm here a little bit from the back, only time somebody ahead of me. Ooh, he's fresh in the party with a white chick. Yeah, I think I'm Marley. Don't get me started. Big chop, make you step back like Harden. With the gang when you see me. Niggas so scared, he don't speak no English. I'm feeling like E.T. Yeah, I'm a whole nother species. And now I don't fuck with no lane. That part of the game, yo, fuck to a main. And yeah, I feel like I'm big homie with my young nigga like I'm Major Payne. Don't play me like one of these little nigga, bitch. I got status like I'm Fredo Bang. No trouble when I blaze you, I'm bang. 31 shots in the heat like I'm Shane, nigga.
What you just want me to do? Fuck it. Man, get on it. Big yeah, yo, I'm blend like I'm sneeze. This sauce got plenty of seeds. My ways to fault it, just caught me a fault it. Bitch nigga, give me your freeze. These young nigga shooters on go. I was raised on confetti, no hope. Hey, all of my bros on parole. And they don't go see that PO. Yeah, fuck all these hoes, no care. They ain't go fuck on their friends. Hey, might fuck on no bitch or no mama. And now I do it again. Hey, trust me, this fat nigga pressure. Hey, I got the juices, ain't good luck. Hey, was down on my head for a minute. Now young nigga eat, pile up. Big drip, I need a bucket. Just counting some racks in the bucket. I catch up this bitch to lift out it. Hey, she want some dick and some nuggets. Hey, the food stamp baby from nothing. Hey, I really lived it, you bitch. Hey, get on the mic and drop 60. I'm really the beat in this bitch. I'm gonna take on the scale. I'm a brick, nigga. Big and be cured. Oh, he be clay. I'm Dre running this bitch, nigga. I'm in yay money, the Swiss nigga. I'm on this bitch, nigga, popping my shit. Hop on Snapchat, just take me a pic. Hey, might slide up on your bitch. Bite the bait, then I got me a fish fillet with dick. We brought them hoes out. The bear on the show, they was sold out. Lil' hoe get like 600 lights. Man, fuck all them lights in the hood. That bitch hold out. Hey, bigger the Billy, bigger the bag, nigga. Hey, I'm here to brag, nigga. We bought the sauce. Y'all some swag, niggas. Yeah, I'm here to brag, nigga. Yay.
Let's go. I ain't trying to fall in no love. Want what's in your panties? You just a unwanted nut. More like a plan B. Macho, savage. I should be ready for the goodness she wanna be down. Oh, now you think you ready? Man, please hop on that beat though. Ain't nothing new. Hot with the truth. I come out the boot with a heat stroke. Put me in the jungle with more nigga crumble. I come out that bitch with a pico. I got nigga pissed. Now get off my dick since you taking shots like it's depot. You can miss me like Shaq at the free throw. Two motherfucking players. To be worried about you, you a square. If I fuck on your hoe, she won't tell. She your angel, but I give her hell. Oh, I swim in that pussy, no scale. I got dick in this killer, no well. She got hair like she studied at Yale. She gon' catch it, ain't talking no Dale. It never fail. I got that iron on me, and I got it tucked. 100 at Louis V. I got that 9 on me, and I ain't no saint, but I call it Drew Brees. Some boy, he ride with me, and he got that double Jordan 223. Don't make him slide with me, cause she get the top and kicking like it Bruce Lee. We who they emphasize. You other little niggas, they don't give a shit about. We who you can't deny. We more like the plug, and they like the middle guys. They ask how I feel inside. I ain't been the same ever since my nigga died. Like Peel say, nigga try. I'm with all that bullshit like I'm from the shop.
No. A1's in the building. Peace, bro.
Give me 1 second, Chief. I'll be right with you. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Got the return of a building, yeah. And the crowd says, shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We're in the building. We're not. I say shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. We definitely appreciate it. You guys are enjoying this build right now. We're gonna get more into this when the brother gets right back. So that was 8 State Band Runners, y'all, with Mafia Way. Y'all go check them out, man. That's right. Hit that like button on y'all way in, man. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. But talking about this Tupac thing, we're talking about the Hip-hop Illuminati. We talk about, I know Styles P was joking. He was like, yo, why didn't you guys let him in? He was joking. He was like, he would have changed shit up. He would have had fresh vegetables and fresh fruits and some of the things. You would think, right, that, okay, if these guys start aspiring to levels of greatness, that these people should be able to use their influence in things for the better, right? People say Jay-Z is a part of the Illuminati. Well, could be. But once again, we're talking about the good that people are doing. I don't know if the Illuminati or when we talk about these Boules or even the baby Boule are working in the best interest of our people. Because if they was, you wouldn't hear the things like Stephen A. say, hey, when he wakes up, he can't wait to make his boss's money. That's he wakes up doing that, not showing honor to his name, to his people. You know what I'm saying? He wakes up trying to make them money and protecting them and protecting their interests. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem I have, period. You know what I'm saying? Just when we're talking about these people. So press go, please. You got Ahano Key L is in the building, y'all. Tell a friend, tell another friend. It's going down tonight, man. Yeah, man, Baby Boule, man, series, man. This is an interesting series, y'all, and we're talking about. But once again, when we said that, since every time that we do a show, we're going against the secret societies, the secrets that they're keeping. Well, we're saying like this movie is called The First Americans, right? The forbidden truths of the Aborigines of America. We're saying the forbidden. This is forbidden. These are forbidden truths that they are hiding from us, okay, in plain sight. And these artists, these rappers are part of it. These actors, whatever, as we've seen the other night. And once again, this is all a progression, as we've seen the other night with the great immortal Steve Coakley, when he's talking about how these people are financed, right? We watched Black Leaders, White Financiers, right? And we know that the Zionists, once again, Jews, fund hip hop. And I used to think, y'all, because I've been in hip hop business over 30 years, right? And I used to think, why the fuck are these people, right? Why are they funding, right, Islam? Okay, let's talk about it. Why are they funding Islam in hip hop, right? I never could understand it, you know what I'm saying? Because the Jews put up this front as if they are against Islam. They're against the Palestinians, right? The whole Palestinian thing, whatever. That's what it's really about. It's really about people coming from Europe taking land that's not theirs, right? That's what this is really about. So, A1, you there, brother? Just let me know when you come in. Oh, you out of there. We'll be right back. Some technical difficulties, y'all. When we're talking about this, excuse me, we're talking about these secret societies, right? One thing they all have in common that I'm noticing that not all of them, but most of them, right, are especially the ones that finance niggas are Jewish organizations, right? The dude in the John Potash kept saying stuff like left wing. Right, left wing activists. Y'all understand what I'm saying? At this point right now, like I don't know who's worse at this point. Hold on a second. We got a Hanu back in the building. Peace, God.
Yep.
A1 from day one.
Peace, peace.
The
Peace
Autochonous
to
One is in the building.
gods. Peace
What's
to the
up, brother?
goddesses. Peace to Supreme Chief Holiday. Peace to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Peace to all the people in the chat room, all the Aborigines in the chat room. You already know what this is, man. Peace.
Hey, brother, how did hip hop influence you? For one, well, for us, it's educated me away from who my grandparents and people with the oral traditions. Hip hop took me away from America. How did it influence you, brother?
Well, you know when you see you know when you see your conscience, you see the God on the left side and the devil on the right side. When I was coming up, you had, songs that was about survival and influence you to do better. But then, when drugs came in, that's when a lot of the negative stereotypes of hip hop came in. And a lot of that, like, your role models are these individuals who you think is rich or wealthy because they got these big chains on, they driving these nice cars and everything. And, you just want in. You know what I'm saying? And, once you get in, it's like it's hard to get out. And it's not hard to get out because somebody's, holding you into the, atmosphere. It's your ego. It's the fact that, what they say, the root of all evil is money. You know what I'm saying? And just like Coogee Rap said, in Rose to the Riches, he said, didn't want to be involved, but the money will get you, getting richer and richer till police took my picture. And that's some real shit because a lot of times, like, like for me, like I tell people, once you out there, if you out, like I said, all right, we're going to keep it to the hip hop thing, but I can kind of transition on it too and put myself in it. But yeah, hip hop, it had a negative influence and it had a positive influence. Because I could remember every conscious rapper that I ever listened to, just like I could remember every just negative stereotype rapper, which we got more examples of them these days than we do the conscious rappers. Because most of the conscious rappers are either underground, they don't really make it to mainstream. And if they are conscious, they're, remember what we was talking about. I think I was talking to you about that, Chief, earlier. Like you got commercial wake people, then you got underground wake people. The underground wake people or woke people, they don't get these funds and these endorsements from these individuals. But like we was talking about the Mysons and the what's her name? Mallory. I forgot that bitch name. The people, the motherfuckers that be running with Black Lives Matter and all that. You got the commercial, and then you got the underground. The same thing you got with hip hop. But like a lot of the hip hop was put out there. When they came out with that letter they were saying that the meeting that changed hip hop when all of the so-called record labels started to invest into private prisons, and they told a lot of these producers to have the rappers rap about negative stuff, shooting, selling drugs, bitches, doing drugs, you know what I'm saying? Just about all of the lower self shit, you know what I'm saying? And from that point on, I seen the change in hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I said, man, all of that stuff is pointed at us, man. It's pointed at us. So these people, they don't want you to be in none of these executive meetings or none of these corporations being a so-called, CEO or anything. They want your ass to be on a tier watching rap videos, you know what I'm saying, taking niggas dinner plates and all that type of shit. They don't want you to be inside there wearing a fucking suit. They want you to have a jail suit on. And if you don't got a jail suit, they want you to buy their expensive designer clothes while you still live in a fucking Section 8. And I ain't gonna say nothing about Section 8 or nothing like or try to shame anybody because people, Section 8 is a means to try to survive in this so-called concrete jungle. But that's what they want. And they dare go beyond the call of duty to promote that. And now, like you said, BMF. They got BMF out there, right? And they glorify a lot of this negative shit. You know what I'm saying? And in the process of it, we think these people are celebrities. These people are fucking devils. No matter what we say about Big Meech is a fucking devil. You know what I'm saying? Because, whether he was selling drugs to kids or he was selling drugs to your mother or your aunt or anything, them drugs that he was supplying the drug dealers with reach your community, period. And like you said, like I was telling, me and AP had a conversation about this, right? About just drugs in general. You know what I'm saying? Once a motherfucker get on drugs, that shit takes your integrity, takes your moral, take a lot of different things from you, no matter what. And like I said, me at one point in time, I indulged in that negative game or whatever. And, I can say that, I was how do you say, a bloodsucker of the poor. I was involved in that lifestyle. But once you get woke to it and you realize the harm that you doing, then you got to kind of like refrain from it. You know what I'm saying? Like they tell you, once you know something is wrong, it's up to you to make the change. If you didn't look at it as being wrong in the past, then you can still make the change, but you still need somebody to tell you what you're doing is wrong for you to have that polarities of good and evil. You know what I'm saying? But once you know you're doing something wrong, and once you see how it affects your neighborhood, how it affects the people in your neighborhood, and how it affects yourself and affects your family, you know what I'm saying? Then you got to do better. And the same thing, like a lot of the stuff we talking about, the Boule, all of this shit. This shit is so diabolical and so devastating to us, man. We don't even know. It's so many different levels to this shit, man, of how this shit is pushed upon us and how we fall victim to it every fucking time. We fall victim to this shit and we fall victim to this shit sometimes by default. And sometimes, we volunteer to fall victim to this shit. Just to try to, you know what I'm saying, get rid of the pain, because the poverty that a lot of us go through is pain as well. You know what I'm saying? So, like Chief saying, like even with the Boule and all of this stuff out here, man, you know what I'm saying? This shit go deep, man. And like right now I'm at work, right? So, I was gonna pull up the general education system and show you how Frederick T. Gates and Nelson Rockefeller, which I already did in my bill, but this stuff right here is pertaining to what we're talking about right now, just to give you an understanding of how these motherfuckers went in the South and opened up a lot of these so-called Negro schools or black universities just so we can be they're under, just so we can be their fucking, how do you say, their fucking minions, man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they won't beg a they won't even understand this shit because they don't do no research on this type of shit. That's why, in me personally, in this community, or this whatever the fuck y'all want to call this fuckery we in, even this aboriginal shit, you know what I'm saying? You don't know, you know, who's who, man. You got so many people out here who be dick riding every you know, and I'm not, like I said, I don't have no beef with nobody. I'm good on my end, and I'm good with the individuals who I am friends with that's in this community. But this shit is a shit show, man. It's like, you know, you get like the more people buy into you, the more that shit feed people ego, man. Ego. And the more your ego is fed, the more you start getting like the rest of these motherfuckers, man, and forgetting what the ultimate mission is. The mission of the Autochonous, the mission of the Autochonous One was to bring notoriety to the people of who we was. That's it. It wasn't so I could show my face and show cars and tell you how much money I make, or tell you how good I'm living, or tell you what I'm doing, or, you know what I'm saying, or everything is a success. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got to be careful of people that only got success stories, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, if a motherfucker always got a success story, you need to be wary of these people. Because even Michael Jordan had to lose before he could become a winner. Everybody got to lose before they win. And even with this system, this community right here, man, I don't, like I said, man, I kind of fell back for a while. You know, I'm still in tune with people. You know, I still listen to certain individuals, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still a Moor. So for a lot of you motherfuckers who be talking about, oh, don't got no understanding more, I've been telling you niggas I was a Moor from day one. Ain't none of you motherfuckers ever said shit to me. Nothing. And it's so funny, I be looking like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, I wonder why don't nobody say nothing to me about that. And I put my understanding out about what type of individual I am from the start. So at least you got a choice or whatever. I don't hide nothing. I don't throw stones and hide my hands. If I say something about you, I'm saying something about you, period. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of people in this community, I've seen it, man. I've seen every year somebody new. Is this person? First it was, you know, it was this person. Then it was this person. Then it was this person. Then it was this person. Every year. But you know what happens? If you ain't a good researcher, or if your talking points ain't thorough, guess what happens? You fall off. So every year we got somebody that come out that's able to spew a little information, but they ain't thorough with it. So therefore they fall off. They fall off. And every year it's, you know, people, oh, this, that. And me personally, like I said, man, I'm in this shit for the attention. I seen a wrong that was being done to us, that we was being classified as as people from a whole nother continent when we was the gods of the Amaru. We was the gods and goddesses of this fucking place. And everybody forget that's what the mission of this whole shit is. Everybody take this shit and just put it on me. And like they said, there's no I and we. So how the fuck could you be for the people if you so busy being big on yourself? If you ain't in this shit for the people, then, you know, never mind. I don't care about who say what about me. I don't care about who make videos about me. Every now and then I might have to say something just to let you know that, you know, I'm a real nigga like that. But at the end of the day, this shit is about y'all. This shit ain't about me. It ain't about me, not at all. It's about y'all. It's about people understanding who the fuck they are. And from there, then you have to go and then you have to find what relates to you and what levels are you willing to go through for these people to understand who the fuck you are. Shit ain't about no, oh, who got more money. This shit ain't about no individual success. It's about 60 million fucking people who classified as African Americans or classified as colored, Negro, black, and all these other negative stereotypes or whatever, and we're still last people on the fucking totem pole. And motherfuckers don't get it. And niggas think this is a popularity contest, which is fucking not. It's not a popularity contest. I wouldn't give a fuck if 5 people come into my chat room and watch the video. As long as you learn something and you able to take this shit on and tell your children and tell other people who the fuck they are, then my motherfucking mission is completed. So I don't know what the fuck is going on out here, man. And like I said, me personally, is always somebody. And the individuals who come through, who come around you and hang around you, they be the same people who fucking cross you just like the fucking streets, man. Same motherfucker you be on the block, you put on, you know what I'm saying, you help a motherfucker eat, you help a nigga get right, be the same motherfucker who will shoot you in the fucking alleyway, man. Or be the same nigga who will put some niggas on you to rob you, or same niggas who will tell the fucking police on your ass. And it's the same shit in this this whole community right here. That's why I keep my circle very small. I do not jump on bandwagons. I do not care about what information nobody got, because the main information is that just like Kerry Davis, and I take I take his so-called saying, African Americans ain't African. We not. That's what this shit is about. So never mind who on YouTube. You got people in real life who on the front lines, who out here trying to get connected with the people, going to the United Nations, out here living what they say they are about. Not motherfuckers. And I'm not, this ain't no shot to anybody who watched this, because some people, you have to have a start to get to the finish. But at the end of the day, man, this shit is funny, man. It's just funny as hell, man. People, everybody gotta have, it has to be a villain. Everybody has to have, it has to be a fucking villain for somebody to be a fucking hero. Everybody. And everybody forget where the fuck they came from. That's how you know who's real and who's not real. There's so many people out here, oh, I came here on my own. I did this on my own, or I was able to create my platform on my own. Nah, a lot of people is riding off the shoulders and riding off the backs. And like I said, I'm riding off the backs of the Moors. I'm riding off the backs of motherfuckers like Hakeem Bey, niggas like Duke Tiz, niggas like Yaffa Bey. I don't give a fuck what none of you niggas say. I'm not riding off the back of Dane Calloway or none of these other people. And like I said, I don't have no beef with Dane. But I'm not riding. I didn't learn this shit from him. I didn't learn this shit from no Avery. I learned a few things from Kerry Davis. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? I learned a few things from a lot of different people who further their research in this shit. But I'm riding off the backs of these people who 12 years ago was saying we was here, no matter what term or title that they fucking use. Just recognize that people who look like you, who are classified as fucking African, was already in the Amaruki, or the Americas, or, you know, or whatever landmass, Turtle Island, whatever the fuck landmass, or Atlantis, whatever landmass you want to call this place. 12 years ago, wasn't nobody out here saying they was a fucking Aborigine, except maybe 1 or 2 fucking people. Now, everybody know about this shit all of a fucking sudden. Everybody know about this shit. 12 years ago, I was already A1. I might have not been referenced as A1, but I was building myself up to become A1. By me doing research, by me giving motherfucking shout outs and being thankful that people came with this information for me to get to the level that I'm at. Not forget about these fucking people because other motherfuckers don't understand what the fuck is going on. So I want to be along, I want to get along with everybody. So therefore, I'm going to forget about the people who I learned from. No, it don't work that way. It don't work that way. And you know, as far as this whole Boule shit, like I was saying with the general education system, Frederick T. Gates and Nelson Rockefeller, if you Google the general education system, there's a couple of different websites that elaborate on it. But when you get down to the 4th tier is the education of the Negroes in the South, which created a lot of these motherfucking universities in the motherfucking South. which we come from the Scottish Rite Freemasons. Then the Scottish Rite Freemasons put a few Negroes in line, like your Booker T. Washington, like your what's the other motherfucker name? Du Bois and all these other motherfuckers. They put a lot of them niggas in charge to make sure that there would not be no black messiah that rise up out of there. And them niggas, what they do, just like Steve Coakley said, they monitor our people to make sure and go back and report who's doing what. If this Negro being a good Negro according to the European society, then he gets a pass. If this nigga being a motherfucking a pain in their ass, or fucking, or you know what I'm saying, or he's rebelling against the system in which they trying to implement, then he is being watched. And people don't even understand this shit. They don't even understand it. So when we start talking about all of these people who promoting a lot of this bullshit, these vaccines, all of this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, get vaccinated. Oh, you get vaccinated. So if you get vaccinated, is this shit going to stop you from catching this so-called flu? Because that's all it is the fucking flu. So all it is the fucking flu. And you don't even catch the fucking flu. You don't catch the flu. The flu is your body reacting to the toxic substance that it has in it, which your body reads it as a foreign substance, which reads it as poison. And once it reads it as poison, you start getting fevers, which a fever is your immune system way of fighting anything that's inhabited in your physical, into your system or into your body or whatever. So, like, I don't know, man. I be wanting to do builds on this shit, man, but I don't have the energy, man, right now. I really don't, man. I don't have the energy to do builds right now. Chief asked me to come on for a little bit, but I ain't got the energy for it, man. I really don't. I don't have the energy, man, because it's like, people, the individuals who value this shit, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the individuals who really value this information, man. Not the people who think that this is some entertainment shit or whatever, or I gotta tune in at a certain time. Nah, I pop up whenever y'all put that Autochonous One signal out there. That's when I pop up. I ain't got no tune-in time. I ain't got no special time that I'm gonna be tuned in. I don't give y'all no notice. I come in, I pop up when the Autochons call me to talk. That's when I pop up. So, you know what I'm saying? Just, shout out to everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody who been here from day one, who's really a student to this information and who recognize real people, who don't recognize those that's just trying to be individual leaders. Like I said, I'm not no motherfucking leader. I'm not nothing. I'm the leader of my family. I'm the leader of my daughters and the leader of the people who love me. That's who I lead. I'm not trying to be no leader. I'm not trying to promote what we should be doing out there. I'm not trying to do none of that shit, man. Because a lot of that shit right there, the same people who step up to do that, your own people will be the same people who take your ass out. So shout out to everybody, man. Holiday, where you at?
I'm right here, bro. So talking about the Boule, just letting you go in. Talking about the Boule, from my research, right? It's not about them gatekeeping or stopping people from building. They were a part of the fleecing, loss of land, the miseducation, all the things that put us in this economic, social, political, economic condition. Do people that don't actually, like, do you think that because, like, that they're at fault because they don't know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we call them baby boule, but the facts are there's people that are working for the system that may not know it. Like, they come in different levels and they may not know it. So I can't speak on that.
But you know what, though? They don't want to know, though, Chief. Listen, when people, like you said, people come out here and give you forewarning on certain things, and these motherfuckers, they question They're questioning you and never even question the system. You know what I'm saying? And never and think that the system has rehabilitated itself from shit like the Tuskegee experiment, shit like how they was doing practicing radiation on little children, man, in the 1900s, man. Shit like, you know, projects, place a bunch of people that came from that came from the South, where your people had land. Your people wasn't stacked up on top of each other, and put all of us on top of each other in fucking buildings or whatever, and just watch the experiment unfold. And then, like, you know, even you got these platforms like Facebook and Instagram, and you got the people out there that put this information. Your own family will be the ones that will be talking about you like you fucking crazy because you don't buy into what the fuck is going on. I was in the store the other day, right? And even the Boule even goes with them promoting these vaccines. Because look who the fuck they pushing it on. And they will pick your favorite black celebrity to promote this shit. They will pick your favorite black councilman, politician, whoever, because they know we are fans. We this is how the mind of the Negro works. The Negro is glorified. We celebrate human beings. So they know that already. They know if they put one of your own people out there and he be the fucking guinea pig, meanwhile he might be getting water injected in him, or he might be getting fresh air jabbed into him. Meanwhile, you getting the poison, and who knows what's in it. So that this whole shit, man, everything is levels to this shit, man. It's levels from it, like you said, the drugs. It's levels from it, from the systematic stereotype of how they push us being thugs, us disrespecting our women, us, you know what I'm saying, causing chaos and shit in our society, us not having the respect for one another. It's levels to this shit. It's levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? As I was telling AP yesterday, you know, drugs itself played a big part in a lot of this shit. Because a lot of people, mothers and fathers was on drugs. So therefore the children had to raise themselves. And then who raised them? A lot of times, a lot of these children who didn't have families or didn't have no guardian or somebody to sit there and help them become a productive individual was raised by motherfucking wolves. And these wolves ain't got no fucking honor. And therefore, you raised by these individuals, and these individuals turn you into a fucking savage. And you don't realize you're a savage until you doing 100 motherfucking years in a maximum security prison under fucking ground somewhere. Telling the same stories that led your ass into the system. You ain't got nobody around you that's pushing. It ain't got to be the white man education, but it's just you got to be educated enough to educate yourself. So therefore, after you educate yourself, you can make a choice on what you want to do from that point on. If you want to be a guinea pig to the system, then be a guinea pig to the system. If you don't want to be a guinea pig to the system, then therefore you have to play the game until you learn the game, and then you can create your own game from learning how their game is ran. So when we talk about this Boule, you know, one of the best people who did bills, just constant bills on this was Steve Coakley. And he talked about the Martin Luther Kings. He talked about the Jesse Jacksons. He talked about a lot of these different political influence, these people out there that was pushing this shit. There's another brother out there who I rock with. His name Darren Muhammad. And he used to do a bill, but they took him off of YouTube. And he used to do a bill, like he used to go in on shit. But he used to talk about Baltimore and how Baltimore was. Now, I was down Baltimore this weekend. Baltimore is fucked up. I'm from Newark, New Jersey, and I thought Newark, New Jersey was fucked up. Baltimore is, And like I was telling somebody, right? You know how you got pigeons in your neighborhood? All I seen in Baltimore was fucking crows, or they might have been ravens. I don't know. I didn't see a goddamn pigeon. I was seeing motherfucking crows in the townhouses. You know how people live in the town? I was seeing crows walk around in there like, what the fuck? The fuck is up with this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Baltimore fucked up. And what was they pushing in Baltimore? The Wire. Oh, let's watch The Wire. That's why I tell niggas, like, I sold drugs. I don't want to watch no drug series. I don't want to watch no BMF. I don't want to watch Power. I don't want to watch none of this shit because I lived that nightmare. And for the individuals that's involved in that shit, it is a fucking nightmare. So like I said, man, it's levels in this shit, man. You are a fucking science project, man. These people experiment with our mentality, with our minds, man. They experiment with us.
I understand that, Chief. Can I speak right quick, man?
Go ahead, brother.
I was sitting back here listening to you, man. The whole house was getting down listening to you. They love everything you're going with. And I was just saying this here. Just picture, you growing, you powerful as you are. You born into a war zone. You leave the hospital, and then the shots that they're already giving you, that's supposed to make you react the way they want you to react. So you react to that. The girls catch on faster, the boys catch on slower. And then you turn around and told, let's go to special ed. Once you get in special ed, then those teachers dumb you down some more and still crave for more pay. Then I say to myself, why am I riding this bus with these kids that don't have no kind of abilities like me? Using the bathroom on themselves, doing things that, that just unacceptable for a normal human would do, a normal, body would do. And I said to myself, this is a pre-existing condition. They are doing this here over and over. In the 80s, I watched the young ladies, I'm talking about brown skin mothers like my mothers, my sisters, them, was healthy. I watched the guys, we played football. We did it all, but we all was healthy. We were healthy. Watermelons, regular fruits every week. Me saying this here for the say this here. I don't think that we can blame us for anything that occurred, because remember, I say me coming out of that hospital, I was already coming into a war zone. And when I got into this war zone, everybody that was an adult that claimed to wanted to educate themselves, they educated themselves to be indoctrinated. And just for a piece of dollar bill, they created this world here. And the ones who went in them colleges and thought they was going to do something good, okay, I appreciate you did your thing. Whether you went to war, whatever you did. But when you heard this story from your parents and you still contribute to that indoctrination, that means you can't come here saying we are scared, we are cowards. Because back then you was there first. When everything was low, they didn't have the ammunition they had. They had shotguns. They had enough ammunition, but they didn't have the ammunition. They didn't have the manpower, because if they did, they wouldn't let the color people involved into their wars, then turn around and turn their backs on them. Like I say, we got a job here. I don't think nobody in no zip code right now hate each other that much. So we're going to keep on talking about we ain't going to get together. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. We have done enough shame, and we've done enough of that there. Right now, all I see, when I seen them TV doing that to me back then, about the Gatorades, you got milk, you got Nike or Just Do It commercials, everything was fooling me to put on starter jackets, wear Jerry curls, where everything was indoctrination, forgetting that there's one perm. United States has always been a corporation, so everything coming here to do just what United States teach, corrupted shit, with an attorney or without. I digress, fellas.
Hey, let me say one thing to that, brother. What's your name, brother?
Hiker.
What's up? Peace. It's a Hanu, man. Peace to the God, man. Now, when you said you seen them commercials, right? Check this shit out. Let me tell you how deep this shit go, right? If you look at Edward Bernays, right? Edward Bernays is the father of commercial or advertisement. He got a book called Propaganda. He got an uncle named Sigmund Freud, who is the father of psycho. He's the main psychiatrist that all of these psychiatrists learn psychiatry from. You understand? You know, he indoctrinated his own nephew to come to America and tell the people of this land that the national food for breakfast was eggs and bacon. You know what I'm saying? He's the motherfucker who created the cigarette commercials, who put pretty women in the early 1920s in these commercials and had them smoking. He's the one that indoctrinated all this shit. And they use this same system against us to this fucking day, whether it's fucking eggs and bacon, or it's a fucking cigarette ad, or it's an ad where you got your favorite rapper who you know ain't shit promoting this shit.
But
And
like I
what
say,
we do, we get. No, I just want to say this.
My fault. Go ahead. My fault.
We get these people passes by saying they don't know no better.
Yeah, I'm not giving nobody. I'm not giving them
No,
a
I'm
pass.
not. No. I'm not. Listen, brother. If I mention
Sorry
you,
about
I'm
that.
gonna say you. I'm not gonna say we. I'm gonna say you directly. I'm not talking about no one individual. I'm just talking about us. You know, us in general. Us
Yeah, I
in general.
understand.
You know what I'm saying? Us in general. You know what I'm saying? We get these people passes by saying, oh, they ain't know no better. But guess what though? They had opportunities to try to learn. You know, like figure like this, right? You know, when you was out there on the streets, it was always one person, or it was an old head. It might have even been a fiend out there that was telling you, yo, you need to get your shit together. You ain't like these people out here. You need to do this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was
I told him,
always.
fuck you. I don't want to hear that shit.
Exactly. That was always your L that was in your corner, that was trying to uplift you and give you a positive note to change yourself. And we always looked at, and that's the essence
The
of
mentality
the
that everybody
Elohim, or
standing carry.
God. That's it. I'm gonna use God in this term. That's your guardian angel, in the sense that every time you sin and every time you did some bullshit, you always seen that motherfucker looking at you.
No,
Every
but
time you
I
did
took
some.
Cam, bro. I took Cam. I actually, cause see, back in the days where I was from down south New Orleans, the drug dealers, you know what I'm saying, before the guns went to start taking place, they was actually making sure the old folks' phones were paid, the rent was paid, the people got home safe. They wasn't scared to come outside. The older women knew that the police was coming through, and when they came through, everybody sat on one porch, meaning you ain't gonna come up here harassing these dudes for your entertainment. You see what I'm saying? They could call them 12, they could call them blue eyes, curly top, whatever you want, give them names. When they came in them neighborhoods, everybody's sons went set on Big Mama porch, and all the Big Mama sat on their porch and made sure the police just kept riding through until you got some of the great, some of the, Jerry Curl, pink eye, white, whatever, however they want to call themselves, pink face, whatever. They pull up, then they got somebody jumping out the car with them with our complexion, and his attitude is on tilt. So, like I say, it was always in my neighborhood before the gun showed up. There was MB5s, there was oozes, and I was like, damn, I liked this here. But then I started seeing the drugs, start seeing everybody taking the drugs. When I got behind the scenes and started seeing people using it, I told myself, this can't be what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Because I said to myself, my mom wound up getting on drugs. Then I told my mom, look, mom, if you stop smoking crack, I won't sell it. I promise, not one time again. And ever since that day, she stopped, and I never touched the shit. I have no ideas. It really had me really like, when I said, what I do? I sell it to another person's mother. They sell it to my mother. You see what I'm saying? So we crashing each other family. You see what I'm saying? So when I see my mama, when I start seeing money disappear, when I put it in places in the house and she didn't know, but then come back and it's gone, I said, I gotta follow that lead. It came to my mother. That was the most hurtful thing that I ever could witness. So I said, damn, they allowing me in my neighborhood to hurt my mother with their product. Remember, we don't own no border. We don't own no shipping yards. We don't own nothing where boats can move from water. So how did this shit hit here? And why is my mom target for it? So I started saying, nah, I can't do it. Another person mother come around, I can't do it. I smoke my green, but I'm not doing nothing else that a fentanyl, none of that shit, nothing. Because I said to myself, I see what it done. Everybody plays boarded up until they want to come in, unboard them, and then tell you where you can stand and where you can't stand, where you can eat, where you can sleep. It's unacceptable. I can't do it no more, bro. I'm tired. Can't do it. Uncles still on drugs, cousins, young people. You should see it, man. And it's so funny. It's like everybody want to laugh. It's not funny. I know we are better. And if everybody keeps saying, man, we ain't fucking with each other. We trying to, no, we ain't. We got it in the back of our mind what we going through. The youngsters are listening. They just want somebody to say what's really good. You know what I'm saying? Because if they can sit down and read a page a night, 1 page a night, I don't give a fuck what book, just 1 page a night or just 10 words a day, define it. I know what can happen. You hear Chief and y'all on here? I guarantee it. I hear y'all on here. Y'all wait. You say, I don't want nobody to honor me. Shit. It's too late, it's too late, high fire. It's too late, man. You done already
Hey,
shot
my
my bow and
dude,
arrow this way.
you say you from Louisiana, man. You know what I'm saying? Throughout all of these ghettos, whether it's in North America, whether it's South America, Central America, or the conjoining islands, you know, it's pretty much the same story, man. You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing about it is the only way you get yourself out of it is by you learning that you are a fucking guinea pig to this shit.
I know.
And you using, you know, I'm not saying, you know, remember, I'm not talking about you directly. I'm talking about because it's more than just, look, it's more than just, I include myself in this. It's more
I
than just
understand.
us. It's people listening. It's people out there that's doing the same shit we talk about as we talk right now. You know what I'm saying? And the sad part about it is that you're gonna have people who gonna lose their life to that and they're gonna have to come back and reincarnate back into this fucking shit. And then for them to learn all over again. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that's why, like, you know, I tell my story, like I said, you know what I'm saying, when I went away, when they had my ass in one of them human warehouses, I was looking around like, man, this is it. This is it. I'm not putting myself in this situation, especially over no fucking paper money or no fucking Federal Reserve notes or over no fiat dollar with no fucking white man or no, you know what I'm saying, with no white man on it or whatever, and putting myself back in these situations again, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, man. You know, if we don't sit back and we don't learn, the first thing you got to learn is you got to look at the world and understand how the world is really ran, and understand what runs the world and who is the players in the world that's running it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't realize that drugs is the #1 thing on the stock exchange next to people promise to go to work, then we don't understand none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then you understand how that shit trickles down to your neighborhood. You understand how it's so many levels of how these people create economics off of us, off of our good, off of our bad, off of every aspect of our life. They create economics off of. You understand what I'm saying? Without allowing us to officially be part of the economics or not even creating your own economics. You understand what I'm saying?
Nowhere near thought of it. Nowhere near thought of it. I understand.
You know, was it the drugs? Was it we buying these clothes? And like I said, I get down myself.
Cars,
you know what I'm saying? But it's levels to this shit. When you start being the one that's out here preying on your own people to go back and spend these same things, these same Federal Reserve notes or these promissory notes, you know what I'm saying, or this debt note back into the system so you can get some type of glorification from it, then that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? We you know, we gotta, like, you know what I'm saying, even you gotta know who you were. You gotta you can't, like they say, you can't go further if you don't understand the past, man. If you don't understand who your people was and what you was doing prior to these, or I ain't gonna say these people, because these people was the people who look like us that came here and did what they did first. And then they freed these motherfucking white, these Slavic people, and unleashed them people upon us, man. You know, so a lot of this stuff is kind of karma for us, man. Not for everybody. Some of us caught generation karma from what some of our people done to a lot of these Slavic people, man.
I
You know what I'm saying?
still don't want to go with that karma thing, man. You know, I feel to believe that I think we got played between the marches. I think we got played between the marches because once we got into that march situation of following one person and screaming in the street and screaming in the street, I figured we should have been, and they should have, if they was really about the culture, I would have been, if I was the L Sharpton or Kings, I would have been like, well, look, I need everybody to meet me at the library, the Congress library, and we're gonna study the Constitution. All those people, I don't care where you're going, sell them wherever you want to go, get on the bus, people, whatever. Meet me at the library so we can study the Constitution. Then we can go on our merry way. That way you know for sure. Once you go to whatever district, state, lake line, whatever district line, whatever they want to create, you already know how to fight it. Then you could go and step into your education system. If you wanted that, go into that world. But political standpoint, I would have took everybody to that political science standpoint before I would have took them up street just to watch a dog water down people and all that. I understand you did your thing. I salute you. I ain't putting you down respectfully. I'm just saying what I would have done. And what I would have done it, I would have done it with force. I would have done it with force because I would have said, look, we going in this library, and when I need me about, I got 1,000 people times 1,000 people times 1,000 people in one library. We are all studying the same different things that affect us. And once we step from this library, we go to the UN and we make them understand back in the 70s that what the 80s would have done for the change, instead of us dressing like Michael Jackson with glitter socks to jump on the stage or run around on Soul Train and all these things. Okay, it done the thing for the entertainers, but it still kept us asleep to where these people were studying while we were steady trying to do the dances and all the commercial things that they're showing us. You know what I'm saying? With the, they done it. And I feel like you done your thing. But right now, I'm a little bit woke and I'm still studying slow. But I need to understand right now, where can I get this here started for people who want to grow? That's it. I ain't got time. Nothing but growing. I denounce anything else
let me
negative.
add to that, man, before I get up out of here real quick, man. I just want to add to that, right? Like a lot of us in the North, right? A lot of us, we, like I said, we came here voluntarily because, like you just said, the first thing you would have did was regulate to a point to where this shit would have stopped. Because a lot of us moved up north because of the shit that was going on in the South. With the Klan and all of this stuff, this oppression that was going on down there.
I
We moved
respect
into
it,
these
nigga.
cities, and we moved into these cities voluntarily just to be trapped into these motherfucking cities and be on these social programs like welfare, like the Section 8s, like a lot of these so-called systematic programs, so we can afford to stay in these people's system. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us are in these so-called cities voluntarily because we left our original inhabitant because they use force and they use oppression. So if we was going to use that same force, we'd have used that same force from the start. You know what I'm saying? When we was down there in the South going through, and I know a lot of people who listening are still in the South today, but the South right now, it ain't the South of our grandmothers, our mothers, because they didn't come up with crack. They didn't come up with fiend. They didn't come up with a lot of these dysfunctional um people down there like what's going on now. So a lot of this stuff had to start from the origins of us even making the great migration up north and into a lot of these cities. You know what I'm saying? So with that, man, I'm definitely gonna mute my mic. I know Chief, man, he
But
gonna be going on all night. So when I touch down, I'll pop back up.
before you go, attach to this one. Before you go, attach to one. Remember, I said this here. I respectfully say this all for gratefully, man.
Peace to the panel.
Everything up north, in New York, when the music came out back in the 80s, man, y'all was the reason that gave me a chance to dress like the man supposed to dress. When I put them Timbs in them, I done that. But I liked that style because the other style that I had, man, it wasn't acceptable, bro. You heard me? But thank y'all again, man.
Hey, shout out to the brother Heikel, man. And a lot of our people in the early days from migrating from the South didn't necessarily come from white folks getting on our ass. It came from they overstepping their boundaries,
right,
and people fucking them up, and the judicial system got involved. So what you would say, people went on a run because of legal shit and ran from up south.
Right.
You know, from the south to the north. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them
Yeah.
people was getting on the white folks' heads, fucking them up, different things, running up north with their family to lay low. You feel what I'm saying? So, you
That's a
know.
fact too, AP. No, that's
Yeah,
I
but the
mean,
South
listen.
wasn't just
That
considered the South, though, bro. Y'all hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, I hear
Y'all
you.
hear me now? Hold on, bro. Look, the South wasn't just considered the South, bro. The South was just considered the rural part of your state sometimes, because you gotta understand it was just the mentality. You had people that moved up to the city but left the countryside, because every state really has its rural areas. You know what I'm saying? Like in Maryland, you got the Eastern Shore, which they consider country. It's in the same state. You know what I'm saying? It's the city, but you have
Yeah,
families
you have
that
your
move to the
country
city.
areas. Every state got
Yeah,
a
you feel
country
me?
where the country folks, and you
Yeah.
know, in every state. That's a fact.
Yeah, so it wasn't just like, it was like people moving from Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and moving up to New York. A lot of people were just moving from out of their particular, country
Right,
part where you had the
right.
farming and stuff like that into the city. You feel me? So a
Yeah,
lot of times
that's how they did
people
it.
trying to confuse that with saying you moved from south into the cities and stuff. You feel me?
and that's what that. You know what though? See, look.
Yeah, but it's
Even
all good.
my father from Georgia, right? My father told me the reason he came up north because he got tired of working on the farm and shit. My father from Georgia, from Macon, Georgia, Cuspic, Georgia, and he told me, he used to tell me all the time. He said, "Man, that shit was hard than a motherfucker, man." He said it was hard working on the farm and getting up doing this shit every day. So he said the first chance he got, he moved up south. So I'm not saying that it was like from oppression, but in a lot of cases it was from oppression, and in a lot of cases it was us trying to get away from what we thought was bad until we got into these motherfucking cities and realized that shit is just as bad, if
Yeah,
not worse.
Yeah,
You
I
know what
feel
I'm
like
saying?
our people were just trying to get what we was deprived from, from the giddy up since colonization happened. Our people have been deprived. So in any way necessary, our people did shit to sustain them. Whether it was gambling houses illegally, running moonshine illegally, these things was done to
Yeah, running
sustain your
numbers. Yup,
neighborhood.
running numbers.
So, it's a lot of things that the government or city ordinance classify as illegal that our ancestors still did anyways because it was natural. It was done. And some things was put here that was unnatural because it was a tool to harm us. You feel me? And a lot of this shit, like I said, they tried to throw us lemons and we did our best to try to make lemonade out of it. You feel what I'm
That's a
saying?
fact.
At the
That's
end
a
of
fact,
the day.
AP. You said something key though, bro. The thing they used against us was the penal system, bro. Because look, they started locking us up for shit that wasn't justified, bro. Now we know it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right to sell drugs, but you got to look at it from this way. That's two consenting people. It's really no victim. It's not like you force nobody to do anything. If somebody want to buy something and you providing it to them, whether we like it or not, it might not be good, but that was between those two people. Why is it illegal? You're locking people up, and then the government turns around and supplies it and does the same thing. You feel what I'm saying? And then
You
builds a
know what
penal
though?
system to
Hey,
lock people
nonetheless,
up for years upon years for nothing.
These people classified and they deprive you from certain things for your own economic gain. So they can look back and see what you economically gaining off of, set up an act to deprive you from it, which takes away from your economic gain, which forces
That's
you
what
to
I'm
go to
saying,
an
bro.
alternative route. And they use this through the penal code by acts, laws, amendments, shit
Right,
like that.
right. Codifying shit.
All this
But
old
look, I'm
slave shit that they
no,
talking about, that shit wasn't one
look.
person beating you, your neighbor beating you. That was the police coming down there, issuing the problem. You see what I'm saying? We was fighting against justice, the judicial system, for the most part. You feel what I'm saying? From the
that's a
giddy up.
fact. Yup.
Hey, listen, right? Look,
But
check this out.
bro.
Hold
Look.
on, nonetheless.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah, go
You
ahead.
hear me? Hold up. Let me just comment to that, right? All right, all that's good. But part of if this is if we're selling it to two people who are accepting or who's willing to do this, right? The first thing we should have done was make sure our neighborhoods and stuff was intact. Once the neighborhoods start
You
getting
talking
out
about
of order,
moonshine?
nah, I ain't talking about moonshine. I'm talking about just drugs within itself. Cause
Oh,
I'm
okay,
like I
yeah.
said, like where I'm at, I only could speak from where I'm at and from what I see. So can't nobody
Yeah.
tell me what I see
And,
or
and
what
like
I
I
think.
said,
Like
I feel
so,
like the penal code classifies certain things as a fucked up thing. Like let's look at it. When you look at a weed felony charge and a heroin felony charge, you know which one comes with more stake and more time behind it? You would think the heroin would, but it don't. The weed come with more time behind it as a felony. So it's a certain classification of these things that set up to deprive you when once weed was legal and grown legally on your land. You could take the fruits, you could take the fibers, and people was manipulating, making it clothes, whelps, motherfucking ropes, all kind of shit. They deprived you from it, ordained it illegal. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, a lot of this shit is crazy, but the other drugs, the motherfuckers should have never even got involved with it. Cocaine, heroin, all that other shit, that shit fucked up our people. But you gotta realize, looking at like how our people looked at it, like, okay, moonshine illegal, it ain't really fucked up our people. Gambling illegal, it ain't fucked up our people too bad. So they looked at it. They didn't know the outcome. The early people that was dealing with the drugs didn't know what the outcome will be dealing with it. Just because we seeing it, you seeing, we see what the outcome is now. You see what I'm saying? From the drugs being in our community, the early people didn't see that outcome. They didn't know what the outcome was going to be.
That's a fact. But yo, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all real quick,
that's
right?
a fact.
I remember having this conversation as a teenager, bro, with some homeboys, right? We were sitting in the garage, and they asked me, they're like, yo, you would never sell drugs. I told them no. They're like, nigga, if you ain't had no money, we having this whole little debate. And I told them niggas like straight out, like, the reason why I would never sell no drugs is because I know me. I know how I am. And I know if I do something, I'm going to want to be the best. That means I'm going to have to kill a motherfucker. And y'all know, if you in that game, you're going to have to make an example out of motherfuckers, bro. There ain't no way around it. You know a nigga going to try to rob you. You know a motherfucker going to short you. You know a motherfucker going to try to get over on you. You know a nigga going to sell you some bad shit. All that shit comes in that game, bro. That's why I wouldn't do it. It wasn't the fact that the drugs was the problem, because we got all medicine is that shit.
The other
You know
shit
what I'm
that
saying?
came with it.
Yeah, the other shit, bro. The shooting. You know if you in that game, you gonna have to pop a nigga. You have to pop somebody, bro. Somebody gonna test you. Somebody gonna try to rob you. Something's gonna happen where you gotta stand up, or your ass is always gonna get bitched. You feel me? That's why that's why that shit is not good for our people, bro. It's too much greed in that shit. They glorified that shit in the 80s. Everybody wanted to be a drug dealer. All the women wanted to be with these niggas that had this money, disposable cash and shit, that was spending money, taking them out shopping and shit. You couldn't be no regular nigga and had no game back then, bro. You feel me? That's the shit that fucked our heads up, bro. When they glorified that fucking game.
That's
New Jack
facts.
City. New Jack City.
I wanted to holler at Brick Bro A1, talk to him, but gone, man. Peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Good message,
to the
man. Good
gods,
show,
bro.
Chief. Peace, peace. You know, it's your boy Light Man. AP, you doing your thing. I'm gonna get with y'all a little
Light
later,
man, what's
man.
up, bro?
I'm over here
What's going
smoking them
on?
nappy hairs.
Glad you back around, bro. Shout
Yeah,
out to
yeah,
Hood Nigga
yeah.
Doom.
Yeah, shout out to Hood Nigga Doom, man. That nigga, you know, but it's a good show, man. A1
Shout
delivered a
out to
real good
AP,
message.
man. Thank you
Hope
for
everybody
giving that
take
shout out.
hope
Chief got this
everybody
thing
take
on
that
fire,
message to the
man.
heart, man.
I got to, man. I lost too many friends, man. We got too many. We got more rest in peace shirts in everybody's zip codes than any one of them politicians. I'm talking about, you find me one. I'm talking about every zip code you find a family and show me how many rest in peace t-shirts you got in your family. Put them on the internet. Let's see if we really done this here, or we, you know what I'm saying, we that weak. You know what I'm saying? We know we not. But now that the indoctrination is more, it's like it had woke us up to something better. So they say, you know better. When I found you guys on here, man, I turned my page to everything. I'm talking about damn that got kicked out the house, sleeping in the cars for weeks, going to gas stations. Every time I see someone, I invite them to I snapshot y'all photo, y'all picture, and show them to go on. Everybody go up under these people. I got a couple of people out here so envy of you all. Man, I mean, when I go in the house, they be sitting in there waiting on me. And as soon as I go in there, say, excuse me, if anybody is feminist, and I don't mean to disrespect you, but please, this is going to be a tough conversation for you. And I'm going to light some of this nappy here, and I want somebody to let me know if you're going to be a chameleon here. If you're going to be a chameleon, let me know now. So before you know, as soon as I get talking, within 15 minutes, not even much that long, they storming out, or they calling me all kinds of names. Somebody talking about they call Umar Jones, you know, man, I'm like all kinds of crazy shit. So I'm like, do your thing, bro. You know, this other dude with the thing on his head, the straight hair look like a perm, look like a Rick James perm. You heard me, with the messed up mouth. You heard me? Him. They be, you know, they brag on them all. I said, do your thing. I learn from all. I don't have nothing against nobody when it comes to learning. But if it look like it's gonna lead to me running into a brick wall, I told them the Toyota company been got rid of crash dummies. So why are you still representing it? There y'all go. We still on?
Yeah, we on hike on my back. Everybody probably was muted and shit.
My fault, fella.
Now you good, G. But yeah, man, the classification and the ramifications deals with this secret society, the government colonization, and the acts to control you. You feel me? The same people that's undermining you in the education system, the same people that came over here and misclassified you, the same people who brought you this shitty religion is the same people who's entering these drugs in your community.
That is, and look, this another thing I wanted to draw out, not to cut you off, AP. I wanted to say this, just imagine you walking around people that's pretending to not understand what we are saying here. I'm talking about, that is sick. That is real. That got to be some kind of what kind of mindset that can put you on that'll make you say, oh, this here is not true. These people are not this. And you come up on different platforms. I mean, go in public and hold up signs. And I'm talking about, man, it really makes me think, like, what's wrong? What's going on in this country to make, I mean, it's in this here, but I forgot to say this again when I mean, not to cut off. This is a corporation. Everything is about the dollar. So all kinds of things is accepted here, like they brung it here. So I had to look at it like this here. Let me study more. Let me calm down. Don't get on here and go fire it, because they're trying to just keep it in with YouTube. But at the same time, when I go out there and talk to a lot of people in different parts of Texas or Louisiana, you see what I'm saying? Or Atlanta coming calling me, man, they don't understand that this here page on y'all platforms are live. They breathing. And I need to keep going, bro. Thanks, y'all, man.
We appreciate you, big brother.
Yo, but you know what? What's crazy, right? The thing about wars is this, bro. If you really want to bring the hammer to these motherfuckers and really want to declare war on these motherfucking devils, the only way they're going to look at you as a threat is you become prosperous. They don't care about all this threats, you being out here being militant, all this big badass shit. When we become prosperous, that's declared. They consider that declaring war on their system.
Thanks.
When we use the Black Wall Street as an example, as you can see, that's what they consider a threat. That's their enemy. That's who they war with. Communities like that. So all these niggas out here talking about, oh, dude, we need to have our guns, 50 guns. They don't care about that because they can outman you on that shit. What war is to them is being intelligent, outthinking them. Now you become a threat. Y'all feel me? When we start building our own cities, when we start having our own money system, when we start becoming billionaires and millions, bro, off our own intellectual property. That's the real war. That's when we start fighting. Other than that, all this other shit, nigga, you just out here running around like a chicken with your head cut off. You got no direction.
And this is what I said once again. I want
so all these people talking about, oh, y'all ain't got no. Go ahead, bro.
Mama, look, I wanted to ask a question. I was doing the studies I seen, like in the 90s or the 80s, the bailouts. the bailouts, no matter what president, what government, you know what I'm saying? I seen them say bailout. Everybody putting on strikes, Joe the plumber and all these dudes stood up in the camera making all these, balloon tricks. Then I turned around and said, wait a minute. The country ain't in no debt. They said, yes, the country in $1 trillion of debt. I said, well, how the country in $1 trillion of debt when we started paying baseball players 200 and something million, one player 500 and something, 400 and something million. You mean to tell me out of all these sports dudes who want us to go wear their jerseys, who want to wear their shoes, who want us to put their signature on everything. You meant to tell me all these dudes don't have, you meant to tell me 20 million a piece to put up, or 10 million, 2 million, until you go up to that $1 trillion deficit, pay China off, and we can rock like we rock, instead of we just want to be hammered on by bullets. What's wrong? Where the money at? I thought they had agents that know how to count that there for them boys or girls, whoever in that. If you wanted to see the country out of debt, that's how I was looking at it. All that type of money paid by every athlete, everybody that's in sports, or anybody that's doing college, or with any kind of master business degree, whatever. I got billions. You in the book, shining with a glass of wine or a book, looking educated, whatever I salute you. But how is the country in debt when I steady see 250 million, one baseball player, 350 million, one football player, 170, 207, 25 million, one, and everybody buying watches and jewelry. Wait a minute. Wait, where all this coming from? If the country in debt. Who fooling who? Maybe I had my mask on too long.
Fact. Because the system is ran off of debt. So it's an illusion of debt. It's not in debt.
I know, but I'm saying, like I said, maybe I had my mask on too long.
That's the thing about the Boule. See, the Boule.
Yo.
Yo.
What up, y'all? Peace to the panel. I ain't mean to cut nobody off or nothing like that. But can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to cut this little Bluetooth joint on. But I wanted to talk about how people was coming up from the South and stuff like that, right? So what I was thinking about it was like, just like AP showed a video that one time, right, with the older lady. She was telling that white dude, she was telling him that her granddaddy owned a plantation or whatnot, right? And pretty much that wasn't the only plantation around, and it was it was family owned, it, multiple houses and all that, right? So what I like to say is, like I said, we got distracted. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got distracted by they city. And I was, was talking in the chat or whatever. What I was saying was like, we was in the country type shit, right? Now, from what I'm getting out of it, we bought our goods to them in the city type shit to buy, you know what I'm saying? And we ended up, pretty much doing well off of that, to the point where we would build a store, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And, we would sell our goods like that too, and they flipped the script on us.
That's
But
true.
I'm saying the city was a distraction or whatever, because the city was like the, the bright lights and all that shit like that, right? And real quick, like, just to, I guess maybe this confirms it a little bit. Now, when you think of like all them older movies we used to watch or whatever, right? And the people, they play it off as on some slavery shit, right? And the slave mom would be like, "Well, baby, what you want to be when you grow up?" Or the baby, and the girl be like, "Well, mom, I wanna, I wanna be a singer. I wanna go, to the city. I wanna see my name in lights and all that, right?" But they put us in a bad predicament within that picture or whatever, pretty much saying we doing bad. But if we owning our own plantations, and plantations is really our homes and shit like that, then that means we got bored with what we was doing. Like A1 was saying or whatever, his people, or his peeps, feel like the work was hard or whatnot. A lot of our people ended up feeling like that or whatever. It got boring once that city shit
And a
started
lot of our
popping.
Now you're right, man. Like you said, a hard life on the motherfucking farm every day. Think about it. And you ain't really making nothing, but you eating, you living, you maintaining, you doing for yourself. And somebody offer you a 9 to 5, paying you $12 an hour. You know they was
Yeah.
like, man, I can.
Plus you in the
I
plus you in
still
the
they
city.
they
You know what I'm
like, man,
saying? You in
that's
the
all I
city.
need
You
is a little
amongst.
money. Take care of the bills. I can have my free time. You know,
Right.
they was
Right.
looking at it for
You
the
know.
easier, the efficiency. They didn't see the outcome of what that was going to be, drastically having them potentially abandon their land. But another thing is, another thing I want to touch on is we built our own cities as well. A lot of these old towns and these old cities in your local cities and these historical districts, your ancestors built those great buildings, these great
I can
monuments.
definitely I can
You
definitely
feel
get
what I'm
with that.
saying?
I can
And I
definitely
don't.
get with that too.
I believe these cities was used for a positive thing. Uh, Obviously, I believe that, of course, we had people living in the rural areas, but I believe we always had our city lives. We always had our railroad and our advancements that we had for civilization. You feel what I'm saying? So when you look at some of
That's
these historical buildings like San Francisco, San Antonio, Philadelphia. We can keep going on and on and on about capitals around the world. You go to these historical
St.
buildings
Louis, yeah.
Or what I'm
downtown, you
saying.
find buildings built in the 16, 15, early 1700s, long before Europeans was even operating here, or when they was just asking for
I can
permission
say
from
we
kings
had
and
I can say we
emperors.
had cities and stuff like that, but what I'm saying is we got entrapped with their cities. You know what
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying?
yeah,
We
with
want
their
to
systems,
get
yeah, with their
involved with
systems.
they shit. And the crazy shit too is we made beautiful shit out of it, right? Like, like what I like to bring up is like the Motown era, right? Now Motown or whatever, that was music that came straight from us or whatever. This like we like just using Motown as one of the beautiful creations or one of the beautiful creations we made out of the shit that we was going through in the mix of us wanting to get into their system and leaving our stuff behind. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and amongst other things, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
Amongst other
no, Motown was
Yeah,
beautiful.
going on.
yeah, yo,
Motown
but
was go ahead.
yo, that's a fact. But bro, don't get it twisted, bro. A lot of those cities, we was owning a lot of those businesses in those cities, and I can
That's what
speak
I'm.
like
That's
in
what I'm
Philly
saying. That's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
'70s and
Like
'80s. Look,
I
that's what I'm
I
saying.
feel like we
What I'm
was.
saying, but I'm gonna show you an example though.
Go ahead.
But look, bro, I'm gonna give you an example real quick because the houses, like APU in Philly, right? You see those houses, they got the convenience stores attached to them, but upstairs people houses.
Uh-huh.
That used to be where the family that owned that business, that's where their house was, and the convenience store was right on the side of their house at the bottom level.
Right. Right.
A lot of people had those. I mean, hundreds, thousands of black families had convenience stores or corner stores
Or
where their house was
Jewel.
over
Yeah,
top
we
of
can
it in
go
those
back.
cities.
We can go
Wasn't
back.
no,
I
yo,
can show
no
you.
white
That's what I'm
people.
saying. I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is we got entrapped
yeah, that
in
was our shit.
their shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see what it was is we had our own system, and I ain't gonna say we we had some people sell us out, sell us little folk
That
on
too.
that,
That too.
and that's ultimately what happened.
A lot of shit was going
And
That's
on.
a
which left
fact.
room for other people to come take control, which is obviously what we seeing the equal out to today. You see what I'm saying? But initially, it was your own people who set up these initial tasks that potentially screwed us over. These boule, these back boule, these secret societies, these secret agreements and contracts behind the scenes to play on societies and not necessarily for society's benefit, though. You see
Nah,
what
y'all,
I'm
that's facts too, man. Like I said, it was a lot of shit going on, man. But
It's
from what I
complex.
get out of it, and from a little family history and stuff like that, and what I see or whatever, that's one of the things that I got up out of. I ain't saying we ain't have our own cities, but what I'm saying is, if they built a city next to our shit or something like that or whatever, some of us was, somehow we flocked to they shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying or whatnot. But y'all go in, man. I'm gonna
Now
tune
you're
back
right.
in,
You're
bro.
right, and you said the key. We started to swap into their shit, and it happened when you started to see us less prosperous. Is when we started to integrate.
Facts.
So that's in recent time. So
Facts, man.
anything, so we can identify the exact
real quick,
locale
y'all.
that we
Hey, real
lost.
quick. Hey, AP, real quick, since you guys are here, and this is about the baby Boule, right? Because all I hear is that these people are a part of us losing our shit, losing land, all the things that we lost. You know what I'm saying? Lost through this system. So can y'all, and the baby Boule, can y'all kind of speak on that, please?
Yeah, that's what we was identifying as, that some of these Boule or secret societies potentially screwed us over. It wasn't no Europeans coming over here to fuck us over and we get with their system. It was
Was it
our
some?
people
My fault.
in these contracts and secret agreements that potentially screwed
Was
us.
it some of them record producers and stuff like that that was grabbing niggas up out the, out of eye from where we was at? You know what I'm saying? Was it some of them Boule motherfuckers sneaking around and finding us and saying, hey, we can them, you know what I'm saying, send them no buddy and get them popping?
Harriet Tubman is one of the Boule that you mentioned.
Nah, I mean like I'm talking about like you know how I was bringing up Motown and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like pretty much was it one of them? Would any of those type of people be a part of that system too? Like these record producers that was finding that raw talent that we was producing in the situation that we was in.
Yeah, for sure. We know Quincy Jones.
Yeah, shit like that. Okay. So I ain't know that. You know what I'm saying?
You know.
But yeah, y'all go in, man. Peace to the panel and peace to the chat, man. I'm finna tune back in, man. Y'all be
I can't see your name, but peace to you, brother.
It's KSR, bro. I done been on your panel before, maybe once or twice or something.
Yeah, peace and blessings to you, brother.
For sure. I'm in the chat, y'all.
Yo, but
man, look at the BT
yo, check it out. But in the 70s, 80s,
yeah, look at the BT
nobody
Awards,
was
man.
really
You got
going
this
to school like that, bro.
devil shit going on. Gay dudes twerking on the devil. It's so much satanic.
We went from dancing, break dancing, and showing off what we can do from poverty, made hip hop, and made people get around. And we went and people we became a household item with that break dancing situation. Then when they switched it off into let me get the gun in their hand, and once they gave them that, man, I said, hold up, what's where we going with this here? I seen, meaning this, I don't mean to cut it from that short, but I seen some on BET where I seen some black cops was on there shooting white guys. Now I said to myself, 25 years from now, when someone watched that shit, who wrote that? Who produced that? Why would you put that on there? You see what I'm saying? Why would you allow that to become entertainment on a TV of kids, of anybody household? BET, you embarrass me. You talking about I embarrass you because I walk around here the way I am. No, I have learned mostly everything to just turn the channel off because it's all downgrading everything, underscoring everything, just to try and make me look like I'm nothing. Because you want to smile with a bag, or you want to smile because your friends in college with some kind of degree that don't even much matter to these people at this moment in time. Come on now. I don't see it. Black eradicating television.
Hey, yo, but real quick, I want to ask Chief Holiday something real quick. Because I know he know about radio. Where Chief at, yo?
I'm right here, bro.
Chief on here?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chief, you know about the radio, right? You know about the people that... All right, you know how people talk about Oprah. But you know who's more powerful than Oprah, but nobody talk about. I'm going to make Kathy Hughes. You think Catherine Hughes, the CEO of Radio 1, you think she Boule?
She's definitely I
know
think
what
she's
I'm talking
a
about, right?
AKA. Yeah, absolutely. I think she's an AKA though, to be exact, or Delta, one or the other. But she's definitely a part of the system. Absolutely. Now, being more powerful, I don't know about that.
But you know how powerful she is, though, right?
Of course, absolutely.
Man,
Absolutely.
for an award,
TV One, Radio
spotlight
One,
TV.
all that. Yeah.
My goodness.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Man, come on.
I don't think none of these people have any power, because if they did,
See, that's
remember, they can't speak. Remember, Oprah, she just gave her opinion about not eating meat, and they made her go all the way down to Texas and apologize to them ranchers. Think about that.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
they
she
took
ain't
her
got
to
no
court.
power.
Remember, they took her to court.
You gonna lose money.
Yeah, that's my point.
You lose
That's my
money.
point. She had to go down
Yeah, I
there.
remember that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that shit. Yeah, she ain't make no more shows about that shit either.
She should have moved in a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't, because but once again though,
Right.
the way these millionaires and billionaires move, think about it. How if they're afraid and the way they acting and with their heads down and stuff, like Steve Harvey, who we black around here, like all the stuff that they say, man, a suspected white supremacist or the dominant society, all these things that they say, bro, they're it's all programmed. It's all fear.
I
Once
want to
again,
praise
it's
God.
coonism, bro.
Right.
Yeah, bro,
That
it
shit hurts.
sucks. Go ahead, bro.
That shit hurts me, man. When I hear it, bro, I be looking at I be in the mirror, like, man, yeah, look, can I find somebody with some decent toothpaste, man? Cause this shit here that I be using, I be disrespecting myself. And I be like, when I hear these dudes, I be like, what the how do I forgot that's the only way you can be on air. You got to have the COON on. Cause right now, man, don't tell me about no black. I don't want to hear that shit in the morning. Turn the radio off. Man, listen to me. If I got to run around in my car beating on the dashboard or the seat, entertain myself, I don't want to hear the crap. I'm tired, man. We are looking stupid out here. And they know it. Why they up there enjoying their wine and they ships and cross seas and all that shit? These people bringing war. And these motherfuckers don't even got nothing to say but this dumbass shit on the radio about we black need to stay there. Man, get the fuck. Excuse my language. If kids listening.
Hey, we got Hawk School and Nati in the building. What up, though?
What's that? I'm Hawk. Hawk be going at that.
Peace to the tribe.
I love it. I love it when I be coming up on this status. But it's like everywhere I go and try and bring it to somebody, they don't understand it. And then when I try and bring it to somebody say like, what you talking about? I say, go to these here guys if you want to know, because they know more than me. I'm trying to explain something that they teaching to me. So eventually by me not knowing too much,
big up.
there you go. Big up, Hawk.
What's going on, family? What's going on? What's going on, peoples and folks?
What
Folks
up,
and
Nati?
people, causing blood, cousins and bloods and cousins. What's going on?
Peace and blessings.
Nah, bro. What's
Yes,
up,
sir.
big bro?
Yes, sir. I'm here, man. I just listening, you know, I trying to be involved best way I can. That's all.
Yeah, man. But like I said, man, he said about a Boule. I'm looking at that status again. I'm trying to see what these holidays gonna look like. Black Friday gonna tell it all. I'm gonna see I'm talking about, man. I don't go by it. I don't see it. I cannot go buy something knowing the money that they're taking gonna come back and affect me. I just can't see it. I'm talking about no schooling, no hospital, no food bag, hospitals bag, fake doctors, fake psychiatrists, fake church, fake pastors. Come on, man. All because I don't want to stop spending my money somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Oh, man. Got to be somewhere. There got to be a better way, fellas. And I know we can. Be like,
Yeah, bro. This mean these sellouts, man. I think they our worst enemies, bro. Like when you talk about the Boule, bro, I can't think of no bigger threat than that group. These people that's bougie, bro. These sellout ass niggas, yo. It's like the worst thing in our community.
But check this out. Not only in the community, they in our household. Remember I said they are
Yeah, bro. That's
the
the problem.
voices.
Yeah, they in your family.
They are the
Yeah.
voices. They are the voices behind the animated cartoons that are on the television teaching the youngsters.
Yo,
And
but
these,
not only that, bro, you got people in your family that's deep into that shit, bro. You
yeah,
feel me?
I denounced them. I had to, man. This is something I gotta believe
Yeah.
that works for me. I feel they feel what they feel. Let them do them. Right now, I'm not gonna hate on them. That's what they feel. Right now, I feel more energy this way. I feel more energy this way. And the energy that I feel this way, I know damn well it's for the culture. It's not just for I want to look good outside in front of somebody because I'm afraid to tell somebody who I am. I'm not embarrassed. Embarrassed kept us back. Embarrassed kept me back watching TV, thinking I needed the new Jordans, thinking I needed the new starter jacket, thinking I needed to be with the curls, thinking I needed to be with the rims. You know what I'm saying? The cars, passing up libraries year after year, watching them on TV telling me what they're going to do to me. That is sick. Not no more. Not no more. And I thanks to all of them from showing me how to get to you all. Not no more. I move the mic.
Yes, sir. I mean, yo, it's just a serious problem, bro, because I don't know. See, at one point in time, we had people that had conscience. I think the one thing I don't like is that abusive word. They're abusing the conscience, right? Conscience is supposed to be when you do something wrong. It should be something inside you that makes you feel bad for doing something immoral to your own people or to people in general, bro. I mean, we have people out here who will lie, cheat, steal, and kill and not show no type of remorse for that shit, bro. That's true consciousness when you know you're wrong for what you've done. You feel me? But you got people out here that will chase a bag, live in a home. It's only them and maybe another person, and they got 10, 15 rooms. Big old mansions, 3 and 4 of them. But they don't help out nobody, bro. I mean, is that moral, bro? Who are you? What type of person does that, bro? You know what I'm saying? Are you really conscious? Do you have something inside of you, inside of your blood that will give you some type of punishment, make you feel bad, like I said, bro, for what you're doing? I mean, I know I couldn't do no shit like that. I couldn't have a bunch of a big, like 15 cars, big mansions, and millions of dollars just sitting there, and I'm just not doing nothing for anybody, bro. I'm not speaking up. I'm not letting the people know who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm afraid of some other motherfuckers who are my enemies tell me what to do. I mean, bro, it's just right now
But
the place where our people are, bro. They don't realize. Like now that I look back, I'm like, damn, it's a miracle that our people are still here, bro. We was going through a war in the 70s and 80s through that drug war, bro. That was a war. By the time the 90s came, that was like the backlash or the ending of that war. But we was literally at war, bro. During that time.
the movie Scarface. The movie Scarface.
Yeah, but it was worse than that. It was,
Yeah, it
yo,
was
when
worse.
I tell people, right, they talk about The Wire. People ask me about The Wire in Baltimore. I'm like, nigga, Baltimore was worse than The Wire. The Wire is only a little bit about what was going on. It was worse than that.
But they said poverty. I think
These
poverty was
movies only show
created.
party.
You hear me? I think
Well,
poverty
the
was
thing about
created
it
that
was,
way.
yeah, but the thing about it was this, bro. When the projects was first here, it wasn't really, yo, we was family in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
They they couldn't see the government. The government didn't really understand why we were still unified, even though we was so-called poor, because everybody knew each other in those projects. We was tight in there. They had to put those drugs in there to split, to make a class system, to make it seem like, okay, you got these, yeah, the money, the pimping and all that shit. You know what I mean? To make somebody look like they was like the superstars in that motherfucker. They had more money than the other person.
The television. When we saw on television.
And that too.
Once we saw it on TV, we
yeah,
went
but
outside.
we saw it. Yeah, bro.
We tried to emulate.
Put those images out there in our head, bro.
Man, that hurted me too, boy.
So that right there was the making of that Boule shit. Because before, nobody was really going to college like that. But when they started letting niggas into college, in the university, through that United Negro College Fund and all that shit, it started making these dowries for niggas to go to school, these frats, and start having people pledge to go to these motherfucking Greek societies and shit. And you started seeing movies like School Days and shit. That's the shit that created and boosted up the Boule right there.
But they already was there. They were just showing you how they wanted other people to be there with them. And when I saw that movie Roots, I was like saying, man, I was like, man, are you serious? How could a man want to play a role that, of that? And I kept saying, in my school, why the teacher giving me F's? Because I don't want to study this here nonsense. I don't believe none of this stuff in this book, in my English book, no science, social studies, or nothing. I sat there and told that teacher over and over, I'm getting out the class. I stayed in the hallway. I stayed in the hallway so damn much, I kept saying, American history. What the hell? You meant to tell me everybody kicking my ass in the book and I can't get them back? You see what I'm saying? Wait, show me a superhero where I can be like, don't touch me. I ain't got to listen to that shit. And, excuse my language again, I come back to the class every day and get kicked out every day because I kept telling myself, ain't no way in the world that I'm just going to let somebody just keep dogging me out like this here. History. Yeah, history. Not motherfucker.
Yeah, yo, bro, all that shit is bullshit, bro. All that shit that they teach in the universities, they can teach that shit in middle school, bro. All this shit these niggas talking about they scholars. Oh, nigga, I got a PhD. Nigga, you ain't doing nothing but having withheld information that they can show a motherfucker in middle school. In 6th, 7th, 8th grade. And I can prove it to you because you can go back and look at the curriculum in the 1800s, in the late 1800s or the mid 1800s, and I guarantee you these niggas that say they got PhDs and they scholars cannot pass that fucking test. They dummy down the fucking curriculum. This is a dummy down curriculum.
Wow, man.
Ain't nothing special about these niggas, but they act like they are special.
Every time I see a commercial, man, with one of them on there, I still say, I done seen many of them, many days. I'm talking about from the Jordans to the Larry Birds to the Magic Joneses to the Keem Olajuwons. I done seen them all. And right now, I got a lot of them familiar, man, and nobody ain't speaking up for us. I'm like, man, I really don't. I don't know. I might just go set it in the rain or something, man. Just let people take it, because I thought it was some value to it, but right now I can see that the value of it is just like they don't give a shit about nothing. They just trying to put us into a line of something they don't understand that's going on with themselves just to maintain money. I can't do that. You telling me 1 minute I can wear your jersey, cheer for you at these games, watch your shows, watch you get Hollywood scripts, get on, Fresh Prince and stuff, stuff, that I like to watch, back in the days, you know what I'm saying? And still today, if I want to read, just get a relapse of the memory. And then I turn around and they come up with this here nonsense, and you have your mind stuck on helping them do this to us. And you meant to tell me you ain't got the sense to understand you can't be a Kyrie before you be whatever you want to be, Sesame Street. I can't do it, man. Mic check.
Mic check. Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Yo.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, yo, but you know what these frat people think Boule is? They think Boule is just a ball, Chief. They don't believe it's actually a society. They believe it's just that ball. You know that ball that you showed on the channel the other day? You know what I'm talking about? When the sisters went to that Boule ball.
Yeah.
They think, okay, because I would talk to people that was in a fraternity, right? And they were like, yeah, we know about the Boule. All that is just a ball. They think it's just a party, a ball that they go through every year. They don't think that is actually a society, bro.
Well, you know what? We're gonna get into some of that tonight. I guess, if you guys don't mind. It's a little. We got some video on people denouncing these fraternities and sororities, right? Well, here's the thing: they're giving up the goods, telling us about the rituals and all these other things. Well, here's the thing: they're called Greek societies, right? So we talk about Greek culture. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that's the problem that we're having, that we're emulating their culture. You understand what I'm saying? So, as well as being up under them. So it's like, okay, you guys can start your own offshoot right here, and it's up under us. That's a problem. Talk about that.
You start your own being under us, huh? Yeah. I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't believe me being under nobody.
You understand what I'm saying? Because if you have a black Masons, then there's white Masons over them. Sit like that. You know what I'm saying? How did that happen? How did they create racism? Because racism didn't exist until they created it in Hollywood and shit like that. So let's break this shit down, because we're not spooky. We're not afraid of this. We're not programmed by these people. Let's go.
What happened to that Hollywood movie, that black and white picture with the birth of a nation? I think that's what the thing first. I seen that picture, and that was some clown shit. That was some. And then I start seeing the guys tap dancing and different movie scenes and trying to be down. Okay, what was the outcome of that? You know what I'm saying? Why would you want to be in a school if you know you was already superior than the other, and then you bring yourself to say that you wasn't, show yourself on TV that we were lesser than them when you know you were better? That's sick.
But when that film came out, we were better than them. We had more than them. We did more.
Hey, peace, Chief. Peace to this panel. Can I add on to what your brother's talking about right now?
Got the flow.
Well, I just, I had to sit back and listen because, I'm real like that, and all of y'all niggas is geniuses, mostly. And I think that whole thing, it really started, Chief. It started with that Underground Railroad. And for real, I ain't gonna lie, like, people be asking, like, why you wasn't on YouTube? I had shit going on in my personal life. But once I did all the research on the Underground Railroad and realized that, you know what I'm saying, it was nothing more than, it was like that's the original joining the fraternity. Because think about this, just add this all up. I try to keep it real simple for the brain. Whenever I don't know if anybody on the panel or anybody in the chat has ever seen anybody crossing over where they they do their little hell week and all this shit, and then the niggas join the fraternity, you know what I'm saying? And they put the hoods over niggas' heads and all this kind of shit. One of the main things that they do is they put the hoods over their head and they kidnap the nigga, right? Now, this whole thing, and I never really put it together until I studied the Underground Railroad, but that's exactly what they was doing to these niggas who was pre-baby Boule niggas signed up, who they were grabbing these niggas up. They would, you know what I'm saying, concede to this, like, yeah, we with it. They would grab the niggas up. And I did a 3-hour build on this. I got all primary sources if anybody want to go check it out. They would grab the niggas up. They had this gang called, I believe it was the McKenzie gang, some white boys. They would have the gang go grab the niggas up, put tattered clothes on them, right? Put tattered clothes on them, put chains on them, you know what I'm saying? Grab them up, and then they would sell them, right? And then after they sell them, then once they made that little lick off of them, then they would go and steal them from whoever they sold them to, and then that's how they end up on the Underground Railroad, and they would send the niggas to Canada, you know what I'm saying, where they probably are now. So that whole fraternity thing is based off of that. And you know what's even deeper? I know everybody in the chat know
the famous picture with the nigga on his knees with his hands chained up and his head looking up. And he says, "Am I not a brother and a man?" Right? Because that's the brotherhood. That was one of them secret signals. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even know that. You know what I'm saying? That was the flag they were flying. So that I believe this whole Boule fraternity, all that shit started with the Underground Railroad, and that's where niggas started getting indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? And from the fraternities, they level up. You know, because if you do your research, like 97% of all black doctors belong to the same fraternity. Like the same high 90% of all black doctors, lawyers, all these official good ass jobs, all these niggas is in the same fraternity. You know, like I said, I just started in 2020. I went to the college. As soon as I hit the college, you know, I'm a dropout. I'm a hood nigga from the block. As soon as I hit the college, they want to sign me up into Black Engineers of America. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all already know I ain't putting my name on nothing black. But the whole thing was, and I told them flat out, why would I box myself in like that on an application, my nigga? You know what I'm saying? So they're going to start tagging you as soon as you go sign up. And then that's where they're going to weed out who they're going to keep and who they're going to let go. You know, but this shit started with the Underground Railroad. Jesse Jackson came with that African American shit. In the Underground Railroad, the name of the secret society was the African American Mysteries. And that's where the African churches come from. And that's exactly where the term African American comes from.
That's a fact. Hey, House School.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying. Why was they? Because you know, anybody that was involved with the Underground Railroad was called abolitionists.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why was they called abolitionists? Like, I'm trying to figure that. I haven't really looked into that too much.
That's a good question, and that's something I need to look into. And I'm saying that to say this because conductor was the term I looked into, and that's how I found out what was going on. Because the conductor is the nigga who go with you when you joining these brotherhoods. You got the nigga who brought you and the conductor. The conductor is the third person in every Passover with this shit whenever the niggas doing these Masonic rituals. So now they talking about this nigga's a conductor, this nigga's a conductor, this nigga's a conductor. Bro, I found that out in the Native American Freemasonry book that I read when I first found out about all that shit. And that's where the nigga said the conductor was with us. The conductor was third. There was three. I was one. Whatever the new initiate nigga was two, and the conductor was three, my nigga. So this conductor shit don't got nothing to do with no fucking train.
At all. Hey, yo, man, it's getting deep. It's getting deep, y'all.
You know, this my life.
Go ahead, brother. I know, I love it. Anybody want to add to that? Because I want to add to the abolitionists, what that means to abolish something, right? Okay, so peep game. We know that they made family members slaves, correct? We all had big plantations in the South. It was an agricultural society even 100 years ago, okay? So 200 years ago was even more of an agricultural society, 300 years, so on and so forth, right? And we were the landowners. When they abolished this system, right, that we had, family members owning land and doing the things, they changed family to servants, servants to slaves. Do y'all understand what they did? This is what they're doing. It's called word spells. Anytime I hear about this transatlantic slave trade, I think about pale Europeans who were in bondage for 400 years plus. That's their whole purpose in history, right? But what they have done is they swapped out. They traded places. They made you the slave and made themselves the masters. I'm like, well, when did they own us? When did they enslave us? When did they go to Africa if they was in chains all the way into the 1900s? Make it make sense. Y'all got the Mann Act. That's 1910. Make it make sense, y'all. Like, y'all got to make this make sense that y'all still were in slavery that's named after pale skin Europeans, okay? They are the slaves. If anybody that ADOS is pushing for reparations and Clyburn and all these other fools, they are pushing for reparations for pale Slavonians from Europe. I'm going to say this again. They need reparations for slavery, not us, okay? We need restitution for the crimes that you are still fucking committing. That's the problem I got.
I got a problem with all these people that say, "Oh, we're doing for the community, it's all this," and then they are here really nefariously doing evil things to help these people stay in power. Took power from us by taking social, political, economic power from us and giving it to these people, and they are being financed by Zionist Jews. Period. This is all these little fraternities and sororities and stuff. At the end of the day, they still up under these people. And a lot of them definitely don't know this. They think it's just having fun or whatever. And, you know, and a lot of these people that are walking away from it, what they're doing is they're saying, well, this is going against Jesus. Let's talk about it. And isn't Jesus a fraternity member as well? A secret society?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
he was in the
that be a
Essenes.
part of that as well? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, he's part of the Essenes. The Essenes is supposed to be. They supposed to came from. They go all the way back to the Bible when they talk about Moses was instructed in all the ways of the Egyptians because he was raised by the Egyptians. He was supposed to know all these niggas' secret little magic shit under the niggas from Akhenaten, the time of Akhenaten, because Akhenaten was the first nigga to believe in one God. So that's where that's all supposed to come from, the secret society of the niggas up under Akhenaten in Egypt. But you know, on another note, Chief, when I was listening to y'all bill when you was talking about the Zionist Jews, I don't know if I should say that word. I don't want to get your channel flagged. But anyway, because I've been listening to the brothers talk about how disappointed they are in BET. And don't be, because BET is just an acronym, you know what I'm saying? It's owned by Viacom. Now, I already knew that, but when y'all were talking about it, it made me look, you know, because I ain't the type of nigga like to just talk without a purpose. It's crazy, bro. So Redstone owns Viacom. Hold on, I got it pulled up right here, Chief. Redstone, let me tell you how slick these people are. Redstone, their name is really Rothstein. You know what I'm saying? You could look this shit up on Wikipedia. This nigga, the last one to own it, the son. You know, the son was Max Rothstein, R-O-H-T Stein, whatever the fuck. But they changed their last name to Redstone. Okay, and this nigga daddy changed his name to Redstone. His daddy. Let me see, find this nigga name real quick so I make sure I ain't giving out no false information. Michael Redstone. Okay, yeah, he was a junior. So Michael Redstone owns National Amusements. National Amusements is the holding company that owns Viacom. Viacom owns BET and MTV. You know what I'm saying? And these people, like what it said, company founded by Michael Redstone, 1930 shit, blah, blah, blah. No, that's... I want to find this nigga daddy real quick. Give me 1 second here, Chief. My apologies to y'all. This is important to boom, 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 boom. Because you know how you always hear people say content is king? That statement actually comes from this dude. You know what I'm saying? Because he felt like content was going to be more important than the ways of getting the information out. You know what I'm saying? Viacom. Man, I'll get back to it, but that's enough for you, for those who want to know something to go look. You know what I'm saying? Viacom, they own CBS. Who tried to buy CBS? Bill Cosby. Okay, we'll leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? But these people, these the Rothsteins, and they're Jews, and they changed their name to Redstone. The daddy changed their name. They this smart. He don't even want you to know they Jews. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, slick is.
So these are the people who putting this shit on TV. These are the people signing niggas to record labels. You know what I'm saying? And just because I heard the brothers talking about crack and all this kind of shit, you know, you gotta remember, I grew up in this era. You know what I'm saying? I remember watching it suck the life out the hood. But what I also remember is being a little boy down south and cutting grass, nigga, from sun up to sun down. That's 12, 14 hours during the summer. And while I'm cutting grass, dragging this motherfucking lawnmower down the block with my little brother, all I see is niggas linked on the fence, dripping with Jordans on and goddamn Jabos and money in their pocket and gold teeth and curls and shit because I'm in Tennessee. And it don't take too long, bro, even for a nigga at 12, 13 to look at these niggas leaning on the fence with more money than me before I decide I want to lean on the fence instead of drag this fucking lawnmower.
Hey, yo, them niggas had a motherfucking Cadillac with the Vogues on the side.
Come on,
shit,
bro.
You feel me? Yeah,
Oh, that was
yeah.
a 76 Chevy Impala.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking
nigga.
about?
Yo, dripping with the motherfucking spoke, the BBS rims
Traegers
and
and
shit.
Vols.
Yeah, nigga. Hell
Yeah. Nigga, I really, like, I lived in that era. Like, these niggas talk about this shit. No, I watched this shit. I remember when my homeboy in the projects, uncle pulled up. These niggas they had a big raid in the town. Like 20, 30 niggas on the front page. These niggas used to have so much coke. You know what I'm saying? Cocaine just in the book bag, loose, coke falling out the bag. You know, I remember the nigga pulled up playing in Eazy-E. Dope man shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the police. We ain't never heard no nigga cuss, bruh. We ain't heard no nigga cuss on no music like that.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, nigga, I'm a little kid in the projects like, what the fuck? This nigga radio loud as shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker cussing. Fuck the police. Like, nigga, we never heard nothing like that, bro. The TV used to go off at goddamn 12 o'clock. We be in the bed. These little kids, these bitchy kids be 3 years old up till 4 in the morning and will fight you for the phone. We are our enemy, my nigga. Cause who else? Who you gonna send to take down the God, my nigga? Okay then. There's your answer. You know who. Because can't nobody else do it. So if they don't get another nigga to trade on us, then they gonna work you from the inside out, nigga, and make you use your own power against yourself. Now you imagining a bad day you ain't even had yet. So boom, it come into fruition, my nigga, because we got that kind of power. That's why the mind is so important. That's why content is king.
Yo, but that goes to show you, bro, we made it through, because I know there's a lot of people on here who got homies and family members, yo, that was killed on these streets, bro. You feel me?
Facts.
I got a lot of cousins, bro, that's dead that was on those streets, man.
That's when I had my wake up. My brother got killed when I was about 21. Same day we were supposed to get a $500,000 record deal, Quincy Jones, Quest Records and shit. In the long run, now that I know what I know, that, man, it's horrible to say, but shit, it's probably, you know what I'm saying, the lesser of the evils that could occur.
Just to wear those Jordans, just to wear those name brands, we done each other so wrong.
I remember niggas was killing niggas for them motherfuckers, killing niggas for starter coats, Raiders coats and shit.
Jordans,
you know what I'm saying? Like killing niggas for these shoes, bro. Like this was a epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was getting killed for their shoes.
They turned the strong and the silent into some weak ones for behind materialistic shit.
Yep. But you know, that's how they
commercial.
had them boys up in DC signing over our paperwork. Them goddamn rooms and all these niggas with white daddies. They took them up there, got them niggas drunk, got them some fresh prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? And before you know it, these niggas signing the paperwork, giving our land over on documents. Cause same old shit, bro. These are the weaknesses of men, my nigga. Women, motherfucking sex, alcohol, drugs, gambling. Like this shit is age old, my nigga. They've been conquering all types of men with these same motherfucking components for centuries.
Well, they about to hit the youngsters with the same old pattern like they hit us with. They about to get rid of the older ones. They're gonna try and get rid of the conscious ones. And they're gonna hit the youngsters, the ones who saying, I don't give a fuck, I don't want to hear that shit. Ain't got nothing to do with me, until they walk into a place and can't pay their light bill or they need some food, you know what I'm saying? Then they walk into a welfare place or something. They trying to sign up and say, people look at their feet. Everybody, the family, 4 kids, everybody got on J's, acting for food stamps. Ain't that ridiculous? We don't supposed to be that way.
Facts. Well, look at all these niggas just got all these checks. All these bitches just got all these checks. These hoes got $16,000 checks. You think that bitch moved out that apartment?
Right. Well, I ain't gonna say
you could have went and bought a house anywhere you wanted to, bitch. You done tricked all the money off on flat screen TVs and shoes, motherfucking inches and shit.
Right, you know, some people, like I said, man, some people just hard to come out of the indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? Because they follow. I say this here, big brother. By us following, I was following the 90s and the 80s drug dealer. I thought that was the shit until I realized I got in front of a judge that told me, get your ass back in them handcuffs. You going back there, eat and sleep and shit where I want you to do it till I won't decide to let you out, nigga. Then I kept saying, damn, how the hell this here happened? Oh, I want to be this here, the lowest piece of shit that I can be that's boarding up our own community. So I started figuring out if I'm gonna follow somebody that's over TV, you know what I'm saying? I love the football, I love the basketball. I kept saying, if I follow this here, what are they following back? You know what I'm saying? Instead of I look at every commercial, they say, well, here goes a bunch of kids and they're doing the United Way, and these kids are at risk of dying of sickle cell or something. And I see nothing but white kids smiling with crutches on. Get the fuck out of here. Where the kids that made your ass that come over here? You know what I'm saying? Where's that commercial at? The ones that really admire your ass, that want to come in the neighborhood, and when they see you, they run to your ass and be like, and I be trying to choke, you can't go over there. Then the kids say, I don't cry. Then they cry to get over there, like I was. You know what I'm saying? That entertained me from the TV back in the day, like He-Man, She-Ra, the Transformers, all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? WB back in the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Looney Tunes. All those cartoons admired me because, I admired because I was growing up in that era. But then when I found out that those cartoons didn't mean me no good, I started saying, damn, why would they do that to me? Why would you want to do that to somebody and then claim that you didn't do it and want to take everything from him now?
Well, now listen what you said too, and that's another thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really be so hard on the youth like some people, because what did you say, bro? We was grown-ass men before we even knew what half the shit we was watching really meant or what it was really saying to us. Like, that shit was beyond our minds. You know what I'm saying? You watch Tom and Jerry and you see the black woman feet on there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what they programming you with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And because of the way the psychology, the way the mind works, shit get on autopilot. Once you go through all this shit, the shit we went through, this PTSD. That's why niggas' stomach hurt when he see the police. Goddamn me, and I got license for everything. The car got good insurance, everything new. My stomach still hurt when these motherfuckers behind me.
Right.
Because of the chemicals that my brain is sending out, nigga, from PTSD, my nigga.
Hey, Hawk School, you know what's so crazy? I don't know more. I'm fucked up. I done went past it. I done went past the PTSD.
Well, I mean, I be with the burner and all that, Chief, and I don't really be pressed, but I still be like, man, I hope these motherfuckers don't stop me. If a motherfucker follow me if I make it to 2 or 3 traffic lights and this motherfucker's still behind me, I'm hitting a turn. I'm pulling over something.
Yeah, you gotta turn it off. You just don't want this fucking.
But see,
you don't even want to fucking
legit than a
shit can
motherfucker.
go wrong. But yeah, man, I'm just at that point, man, in my life. Like, I'm just not gonna live like that. Like, and it done went bad for me before, because I was talking like I'm gonna talk like they talk. Fuck is you pulling me over for? Like, and I, you know what I'm saying?
Now, you was talking like you was white, but they let you know you wasn't, didn't they?
Quick, right? You understand what I'm saying? But that's the thing, though. We have to start pressing the gas, man. But once again, we're exposing the Boule. We're exposing the truth. I think people not really understanding how important it is. If we're saying that we want solutions, but we have to know where the problem is to fix the solutions, right? These people, y'all remember when Isaiah Thomas, Shaquille O'Neal, Baron Davis, and Chris Webber were on television, TNT, for the All-Star Weekend a couple years ago, and they were talking about Black History Month. You know how they do it. They'd be like, oh yeah, it's just, you guys, it's the only month that you have for history, blah, 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 right? And it's always a slave history, right? And Isaiah Thomas came out, he caught himself. He said he was about to say there was a government before this government. It was called the Continental Congress and so on and so forth, right? The Iroquois Confederation and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, who they stole the Constitution from.
Right. But we had governors here for thousands of years, right? This is just what it is. Y'all can respect it or check it. It doesn't really matter at this point. But what they're doing is they're saying that everything came from there. Even this mystery system, you know what I'm saying? Hiram Abiff and Minerva and Ares and all that is plagiarized from America. We gotta talk about it, because a lot of our grandparents were and great grandparents, people like that, were in these secret societies, Masons and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They weren't evil people. They built things. At some point, these people took it.
Hey man,
How?
Chief, my grandfather.
How'd they take it, brother?
My grandfather was a Mason, a sharpshooter in the U.S. Army, and all I knew was this nigga was the imam of the mosque. I never knew any of that other shit until I was at his at his funeral, burying him with my bare hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see no signs, my nigga. This is my grandfather. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get up at dawn, go pray with this nigga. Like, bro, this nigga was 89 when he died, bro. This nigga didn't utter a fucking word, bro. Not a word.
Wow.
But used to call the white boys grays. I don't know what you over there doing across the street, but them gray boys out looking for you again.
I like that.
He always knew when them boys was on my ass. Hey, I don't know what you got going on. Because, you know, it's barbershop across the street from my mama's house. So I'm the mosque next door. Nigga, I'm out the mosque on Friday. I'm back on the block. My nigga, ask about me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't proud of this shit, but I ain't know nothing else, my nigga. Like, y'all going wherever y'all going, nigga. I live in this hood.
I know one thing. Everything that said poverty, once I knew that I was poor, I knew one thing. Everybody had loaded dice on these zip codes, and they would put a stock exchange for to make sure that it went flourish. And they also put the television in front of us and made sure it went off at a middle time of night, black and white static, until in the morning for the next programming. And when
Facts.
they came with that next programming set me for the next one. And now look at me. And if it wasn't for this telephone and these web pages, with you guys with the knowledge, I would have never known this existed. Not promise I'd still be in New Orleans, but maybe in jail or dead some damn well, talking about some I'm real for a block that I didn't own a piece of gum.
That part. We over talking your movie, Chief. The chat want to see the film, man. You know how niggas get in school, man.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
They heard the
I
TV
gotta see
playing
that.
the
Y'all want
movie
to see the
today.
shit?
Yeah,
I gotta see that movie.
I mean, yo, hold on, let me get the right one. So I just want to say this though. You know, we could talk over it and rewind it, do certain things, whatever, right? But it's so much information out here, y'all. It's just unbelievable. You understand what I'm saying? There's gonna be some terms that we're gonna hear, but you know, for us, I think, like I said, you know, if I'm hearing something that I didn't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Because if you're not paying attention, see what I'm saying? If you're not, some of us are not paying attention. I didn't know, for instance, that there were people coming out that were been in these organizations for years,
right? And
spilling all the tea, so they say, you know what I'm saying, and telling all the, you know, the business and stuff.
Oh, you know, they found Jesus. You know, a lot of them white boys found Jesus and got the snitching. You know, that's in them.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. But not just the pale skins, but also the brothers and sisters that are in these fraternities and sororities. We're not picking on people that's in these fraternities and sororities, but what we are doing is hopefully we can make people aware, and you make an informed decision if you're going to go into these fraternities and sororities, as opposed to just being in there. And then now, once you're in there, you're like, well, you might as well go on through with it. So you don't went through the hazing and everything else, the humiliations and all that other stuff. Because once again, people don't know the history of this hazing and stuff like that, right? This stuff started after the Civil War.
That's that Underground Railroad shit, Chief. That's what I was just going to say. Don't you know niggas acquired a higher degree by allowing themselves to get whipped as part of that Underground Railroad shit? The niggas would agree to let them whip them, and they would get a higher level degrees, my nigga. Just like these niggas get their ass paddled and all that shit now, bro. All this shit started then, bro.
Ooh. So we talk about this, man. So, you know, y'all got little nephews and stuff, you know, they got to know the dangers, you know, going to school, you know what I'm saying? You're going to see these guys dancing around the parties. They getting all the girls, like right? If you're not a football player or something like that or whatever, you know, the fraternity, they the top dogs on the campus. That's just what it is. They're getting all the girls. They the most popular guys, stuff like that or whatever. So, yeah, of course, dudes are going to be like, yo, bro, I want to be a part of that. But they're not knowing that they're getting into these Zionist fraternal orders,
right?
That are working directly against their people. Let's talk about it.
Like jail, nigga.
Let's talk about it.
If they want some ass, you getting that ass up. They want some head, you getting that up. Whatever initiation you got to go through to go get it done.
Hey, you know what's
Okay.
scary though? In St. Louis, it's been twice that niggas tried to get me to join up when I was a cab driver when I was 24, and a nigga tried to get me to join up, and then not too long ago, maybe about 5-6 years, a nigga tried to get me to join up. But what's crazy is the niggas would tell me, we need niggas like you. And you know, Chief of the chat, everybody on YouTube know niggas like Hawk School. Yeah. Yeah. That's the new move. That's these niggas that be all on YouTube. Looking like they fresh out, but they ain't.
Terrible. All facts, bro. I mean, yo, when we talk about the paddling, right? And I talked about this before, but everybody ever heard of the term giving wood or getting some wood? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know, from a female perspective, you know what I'm saying? It's getting some wood. You know what I mean? From a male,
Yeah,
right?
to
And
yeah, I see
if
it.
a male is giving wood, then you're giving it, you know, to a female, right? So in these fraternity and sororities, right, or primarily fraternities, a man is you bend down and a man swings and hits you in the butt with his wood. That is a Greek pederasty ritual. I'm gonna say this again. It is a sexual ritual.
Wow.
It's an act of mentoring, an act of gymnasium. This is all European
bullshit.
There you go. Debauchery. And this is why
Don't porno come from a Greek god? Ain't that a Greek god?
that's why these laws were created for their ass. They the ones was I mean, this is a part of their culture. Let's be clear. And these people have been kicked out of hundreds of countries. Modern history. Not talking about a long time ago. I'm talking about modern history. These people have been, y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta leave here because of all the debauchery that y'all doing, all the secret society shit that y'all was doing behind the scenes. This is why they were getting kicked out of countries, y'all. For all the shit they were doing. Okay?
And now they over here pulling the shit off easily.
It's real shit, man.
That's what I said. Whatever they running from, you can tell that whatever they did, everything they showing, party and man, I'm talking about whatever they running from, trust me, it scared the shit out of them over there. So they over here just having fun right now with it. Because nobody over here is contesting it.
Testing. How does sound?
You good?
I hear you.
Just went to the headphones. Sheesh.
I hear you, Chief.
But you know, I mean, this is the crazy part about it, though. When we talk about this sexual ritual, right? So
Right.
I know for a fact that a lot of these young men that went into these fraternities didn't know they were bending over and performing or being a part of a sexual ritual. I know you didn't know that.
I don't think they knew it either.
Okay. So when we were talking about Tupac earlier, right? And they were like, you know, the story, because, you know, we heard stories, because remember, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have social media back in these days. So we heard stories about what had happened to Tupac and so on and so forth, whatever, right? When he was in jail, right? But talking about guards, like every time this man had a visit, right? Now keep in mind, because he was Tupac, he had a lot of visitors. Like Mike Tyson would have a lot of visitors and these things or whatever, right? He's too high profile for that to happen to him. Do y'all understand? Did y'all hear what I just said? Yeah, if a guard was to rape Tupac with gloves on, doing all that, that's rape, okay? All Tupac, if his lawyer's not gonna come back and be like, hey, they're doing this to our, you know, Tupac and these were rumors that were put out. But this guy John Potash, though, he seems to be telling us rumors and innuendo and stuff at the same time. But once again, they were doing stuff to discredit Tupac. Just want to put that out there, y'all. So this is what they're gonna do. It's called the assassination of the black male character. Okay, this is a real thing. This is what they really do. So they know how to discredit us before we even get started. Okay,
And don't you
it's
know?
like these guys are discrediting us. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, my bad, Chief. I just wanted to say, because about how shit is regulated. Bro, I worked hard, you know what I'm saying, on my YouTube channel, and once I discovered the whole Masonic connection to the 5 civilized tribes and all their chiefs and shit, bro, I was starting to get like tens of thousands of views. As soon as I dropped that shit, bro, it was like they stopped sending notifications out to niggas and all that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit really deep. Like, niggas really putting their nuts on the table to get on here and tell y'all the truth, bro. Like, for real, for real. For all the fuck niggas out here that, you know who they are, that just want some money. But I ain't never asked a nigga for shit on here. You know what I'm saying? And they really on niggas' asses, bro. No homo.
Yeah, no pun intended either. but so y'all know, don't be going and taking no wood, meaning no paddles and things of that nature, whatever. Don't be sending y'all youngsters to these colleges or these universities, without being equipped with this knowledge. They got to know this. Like, we should let them know that this is something, because you don't want them to get in there. Because then sometimes, bro, niggas be like, man, I can't quit this. You see what I'm saying? Once they get in, well, like I said, we're gonna get into some video. Hold on one second. Y'all go ahead and talk, man. I'm gonna find this right video.
I can't wait to see the
Yo,
video.
the brethren telling the truth. The brother telling the truth about we putting our lives and our asses on risk, giving out the truth.
Facts.
Giving out the truth to the people in public.
Facts.
I'm telling you straight. They didn't try to kill me already. I don't just be talking and I don't tell everybody my business and things.
Grab that nigga up ASAP. What the fuck? Where shall it go? Well, there you go. There go your proof.
Crazy.
That was crazy. Yeah. So yeah, that's what. But that's all that humiliation when you join in them fraternities and them sororities. First thing they're gonna have to do is humiliate you. You're gonna have to dick suck whoever the nigga is that's the leader. Not literally, I hope. But you gonna have to goddamn be his goddamn puppet. You know what I'm saying? You do whatever the fuck this nigga take and tell you, and then at the same time they teach you how to not give a fuck what the whole world think and be humiliated. Because after you get humiliated, they gonna get the baddest bitch to come fuck with you on campus. That's how they seeing who's who. Why niggas still maturing.
That song complete, bro. That song complete. Once you get in that song complete, there's no coming back.
I mean, cause face it, nigga, you 21, 22, bro, you a kid, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have to be 40, 45 before you realize that. But you still a fucking baby. We all babies, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But you really ain't grasping a hold of what's going on at that point. So if they can indoctrinate you and get you to be moved by these certain things, then they're gonna fuck you for life. Because by the time you 25, or by the time you 35, you are what you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole meaning of genius is one who can expand beyond his circumstances and his environment. That's what makes niggas genius. Because we surrounded by all this toxic ass shit and we still come up like G's. You know what I'm saying? But that shit ain't easy.
I just don't want to have to keep going teaching somebody something that didn't work for me.
Facts.
That's
why I say I'm a living example.
Right.
My life, my testimony.
Hey.
They'll never admit genocide, chat. That's why they don't want to admit that we Aboriginals. That's why these old two-faced ass niggas don't want you to say you Aboriginal, because then that's on a whole different playing field. Then they know it's genocide. They got to make it look like we foreigners. However, they won't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You go say you Chinese right now, they'll write that shit right down. Say you an Indian, they want a blood test. Matter of fact, I was just looking at the DNA site. Them motherfuckers tell you, we putting your shit in storage. We running your shit through the FBI check. So every motherfucker going doing this goofy ass shit, bro, you good as cloned.
I want everybody. Like I said, I was telling somebody this the other day. Now, if you knock on somebody's door and ask for, excuse me, ma'am, I'm selling this here product. I'm trying to start a small business, whatnot. She, damn near won't even much open the door once she looked through the keyhole. Now, just picture this. Latino brother just come from Mexico yesterday, gets on the street the next day, get in a uniform, walk to the door of an apartment, pretend he the maintenance man, knock on the door with that same uniform before the office open, knock on that door and say, maintenance, would you think she'll let him in?
Of course.
Facts. Facts. I thought so. I know. I just wanted to bring that out there, just to throw it out there for y'all. That's all. Just to see if I was on that right point. Why would you do that? That's indoctrination. That means you have been programmed to say that you wouldn't believe nothing that I say, and no matter how I'm dressed at your door, or even much if you see me coming at you in public to try and, give you a compliment. But soon as someone else come into that, what the television have showed you, or maybe what a conversation have brought you to, this is the way you bring, a conversation. This is the way you react around me. Get out of the car, hit the alarm about 16 times to prove that the car still can be taken. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Get around me, 45 sitting on the side of your hip. You want me to see it, so you turn around and flag it all in my face. Like, you think I don't have right to carry one. What type of, what game are we playing, And it's the same complexion, it's killing me. It's funny though, but it's an ugly funny. Not a funny way of me want to laugh to be hilarious behind it. It's just funny because when it comes down to about 10 more years from now, this here, maybe if the phone, for what I have studied about Google, right now we are on a platform and the algorithm is going crazy. But YouTube, Google have made Google have made something to where they can get in each and every individual phone as we speak now, and we got up till June of next year to clean out whatever picture we want that's on iCloud and all this other, back page stuff. We got up to that June, I think, next year to make sure we get all our pictures from back in the whatever videos we like out of the phones, or Google gonna wipe them clean. And I studied that because, the Ernst here dude was around at the time. Facts. Stand on it all day.
Yeah, Google got everybody information, everything.
Yeah, they're going through the phones now. They're going through the phones right now.
Hey, these niggas talking about they finna get some more cloud storage. Stupid motherfucker. Where is the cloud, nigga?
Right.
Where that's at? You find the cloud, then get back with me.
Because I've done a study and I came up across it. Everybody think they got 5G right now, but they're actually in 7G. That's why when they say turn up and you catch somebody saying, yay, yay, turn up, they actually can't turn down because of the radiation that's being out here. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody on TV talking about buy this phone, buy that phone, bring it in your house, and then, become a household item. Next thing you know, like I said, Google, you go straight to Google. It follows you everywhere. But I say the study that they are coming with now, they are going through everyone's phone. That's why Facebook is switching up names. Everybody trying to hide their names because Google is now going through each and every phone that has an application with them to take out your pictures, pick out what picture that's provocative, take away that, and trying to create a world to where they don't want to show people who came from other third world countries that this what we was really doing to these people. They're trying to hide everything. So while we coming on the platform, we are showing people that this is what actually happened, but that whether they're concerned or not, still, this is what Google is doing, and whoever's in control of that, I think that's a sick narrative to be watching my phone while I'm sleeping, going through my pictures, my photos, to take what videos you think is suitable for the future. Right now, June, you got to June next year. Go look it up, fellas. I'm gonna get the website and try and drop it to y'all. But I try to fax it all out. Somehow my fax machine cut off and never worked, you know what I'm saying, after that. So I ain't buying no more of that government shit.
Well,
Mike.
the executives of all those companies, I don't know if anybody ever checked out Social Dilemma on Netflix. It's worth watching. But it's talking about, they got all the executives from Google and all this kind of shit. They don't let their kids get on the internet. They know what it's for. You the CEO. You won't let your kid, all the executives they got. They just had the thing with the Senate, with Congress or whatever, questioning the CEO of TikTok and all this shit about what they doing. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, nothing is a problem until it's a white people problem, until they kids start dying. You know, once white kids start dying off heroin, it became an epidemic. But the niggas came back from Vietnam off that shit.
That when they was sniff. That was the 80s. They were sniffing that whiteout.
Mm-hmm.
Whiteout was killing them. They had to change.
Niggas selling teas and blues and shit. That's what the old heads telling me.
What I got, bro. I'm trying to get it on, bro. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going at this status. Because right now, I'm just looking at this genealogy situation. I'm doing that, trying to get on that status all the way up and put that in the status, but at the same time, help out the community to show dudes. When I walk into a place and I go in the YMCAs, I get kicked out. I say, why? I thought y'all was at the point of trying to show people better. But say, bro, you don't understand, bro. They got women with their kids. I say, I understand it. I'm just trying to get you to listen. I'm not trying to argue with you, bro. I just want to show you something different. And if you don't, go to this page. And before you know it, they say, hold up, give me 1 second. Next thing, then the police pulling up, I gotta walk out and all this shit.
But you gotta understand, it's like you trying to shove a sandwich in a nigga mouth because you know he hungry.
You right. You right.
You know what I'm saying? Nigga don't want the sandwich right now.
Right.
And that's how they gonna respond. Yeah, nigga, you looking skinny as fuck and I need to feed you, but if I shove a sandwich in your mouth, you're gonna think I assaulted you.
Right. So I tell them, no, see what I did is I don't go in there and talk. I just get into a conversation with someone that's standing there with me, and we'll be having a decent conversation. You know how that somebody catch wind of it, then they'll jump into it and then get offended with what they hear. And then I be trying to say, bro, we really was talking to us over here. But, he said, well, you talking enough for we can hear. I said, no, we wasn't trying to let you hear. We didn't want you to hear to get offended, big brother. Next thing you know, it's all about you'll do this and you'll do that. Next thing you know, I said, well, my mom always taught me when I finish this, before I finish my sentence, learn how to dot your I's.
Mm-hmm. Well, all these niggas like Chief talking about, I don't know if they still do it in the schools, but these niggas is hall monitors. I don't know if y'all still do that. You got the square ass nigga who ready to tell on every motherfucking body. Or when a teacher leaves class and say, so-and-so, take names. That's these niggas. That's who these niggas grow up to be. That's who their kids is. Mickey Mouse.
Facts.
See, I'm trying to figure out why, though. Why we keep on doing it every month, every birthday, every Instagram, every page. Why, man? What's infatuated? What we are infatuated by?
Hey, a wise man told me the other day that he felt like everybody was Boule.
My mom.
And meaning that, like, basically everything is Boule. Everybody is conformed already. We're conforming to it. We're aspiring to be these people. And to me, I think that's a perfect reason why nothing's happened. Nothing's happening. We still allow a small group of people to surveil us, to gatekeep, to keep secrets, and to protect these people's interests. That's a problem. Like, I don't think people understand that. But what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna get into this video, right? Like I said, we can stop it and talk about it. Now, I've seen several of these videos. I have not seen this one. So this is couples, like of fraternity and sorority couples, who are denouncing secret societies because they're calling these fraternities and sororities, the Divine Nine, a secret society. Now, when they pledged, they did not know this was a secret society. Do everybody understand that? That right. They found out as they went on and got further in it. They were just men and women enough, and I want to salute them and shout out to Jadine. Lasant. Shout out to her for her channel. Y'all go subscribe to her. We definitely would like to. She's also a sorority member who has denounced it, and so she has this channel and this series of interviewing these people. So let's get right to this, y'all. Let's see what they're talking about. So salute. Hey, fair use, y'all. Peace to the sis. We're using her content. Definitely appreciate. I appreciate these people for bringing the information out because they didn't have to. So salute to them, salute to her for having a platform for it. Hey, we got the Cobra Commander in the building. What up, dude?
Peace.
Unyawe Sagano from Asuk Sanga, Shashamanga land, ancient Cobra land, Gold Mountain. What's cracking? What's good? Can't wait to bust these Boules. Well, let me say it the right way. Can't
Can
wait
you guys
to.
let me know? Okay, so you can hear us on YouTube. They can hear us on YouTube. You can't hear us on Facebook?
Facebook is saying I can hear, but there's an echo. But it's like a whistling sound.
So it's somebody's background. I can hear it too on my end. I don't know. But you're good on YouTube. You can hear us loud and clear on YouTube, right?
Should we all mute unless we're speaking?
Yeah.
I think so. You got speakers?
JD is saying they can hear us on Facebook. We're good. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, they said it's stopped now. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. We apologize for the sound. So we're gonna go ahead and go right into our next question. Okay, it's all clear now. Great. All right. So if somebody wants to go on YouTube, that's right. That's right. No weapon formed against them shall prosper. Okay, so we're gonna go right ahead into our next question. So can everyone respond to what was your moment of truth, hence the name, with regard to denouncing. And by that I mean, what was that pivotal moment for you as far as you knew that it was time that you had to get out? Whoever wants to chime in first.
So for me, it was kind of like a sequence of things, but they happened in the same moment. Although I was in Eastern Star at the time, I was also pursuing membership to a grad chapter for Delta Sigma Theta. And so I was doing research and looking up videos and different things like that. And this one video kept popping up and I was kind of just trying to like ignore it. And when I finally watched it, it was the ex-Delta sharing her testimony. And from there, I was led to finding a blog, and that's where I found out about Out From Among the Ministries, and people were sharing about their denouncement. And, when I read one from Eastern Star and Mason specifically, because I knew they were connected, one of the things that was like ill gross, it was like a Mason talking about different rituals he had done and how many degrees he was up. And like he was saying that at one point and this is explicit, but it was a sexual ceremony where he entered multiple women that were lined up and withheld ejaculating until he got to the last one, and he was a married man. And I was like, what? And then after that, I had read about the degree. Somebody was saying the degrees you go up, you're inheriting different demons. And I had just I was in Eastern Star for 3 months. So we had just learned about what degrees were. And I remember like the Lord brought back to my remembrance in that moment where the girl who I entered the organization with, and I didn't know what it was. And we thought they were talking about our actual educational degree, and they laughed and let us know what it was. So then when I read that sentence, the Lord brought back to my remembrance also when I was sitting on the couch one day. And it was probably like a night or two after being initiated. And it was no like lights or anything, but you would think it was a light there and a shadow, like you could see a shadowy figure. And I was sitting this way and it entered. So I was like, that was a demon. And I was like, From there, that was my moment of truth. I was like, I don't even know. But I know this ain't it.
Also, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Wow. Okay, go whoever wants to chime in. Let's just keep going.
I know for me, it was my moment of truth. I hear an echo.
don't know if you can hear it, but my moment of truth was pretty much, I got on YouTube one day, kind of similar to yours. I saw these videos started popping up all of a sudden of people who had denounced sororities and fraternities. I didn't look at them right away, but what I did do was go get my ritual book, and it opened immediately to 1 Corinthians, well, the paraphrase of 1 Corinthians 13. And pretty much what it did within the ritual book, it had pretty much a pyramid or delta instead of love. And in the word of God, it says God is love. So to me, that was like saying, you know, you're Xing out God and putting delta in that place. So that was a real moment of truth for me. And also after that, I started looking at the videos, and then I came across the one by Fred Price, how idolatry entered into the church. And I think after that, I was like, whoa, that's deep. Let me just get out of this. And it's like this time, God had been dealing with me from this for a long time. But it seems like all of a sudden I heard his voice louder than anything this time, like get out. And so immediately I just started cutting up paraphernalia, throwing things away, you know, doing everything because I heard his voice louder that time than any other time.
That's the same video I saw today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, it was like several different occasions that I experienced that led to my decision. So it started off, I've always heard about people talking about denouncing Greek organizations, but I never really had a good understanding or received the breakdown of what it meant. I had an aunt who's now deceased, but she was an ex-Delta, and she told me it was demonic, but I just looked at her as that crazy aunt because she was really sold out for Christ. And at the time, due to my own ignorance, I just thought she was doing too much. Right after I crossed, I had 2 of my former pro-fights who denounced, and they shared their decision with us. But like I said, I just crossed, so I really wasn't trying to hear that. And then there was even a lady who was in college who posted about just why reasons why you shouldn't be in a sorority or fraternity, but I couldn't accept it. I was super defensive. But it wasn't until I started on a journey where I really wanted to grow and honor God in my life. And he started to just shift my perspective on different things. And so my aha moment came when I was watching a Bible teaching on, I believe it was Bishop Eric Davis in Columbia, South Carolina. And he really broke down like how these organizations are idolatrous. He took the rituals, the oaths, the prayers, the hymns, all these things that members are supposed to participate in that show that they exalt different gods and goddesses and not Christ. And that was like, for me, that was my wake up moment. Like, yo, you need to get out of this because I thought I was living in a way that honored Christ, but really I was trying to serve 2 masters.
Amen. Yeah.
I'll go. Oh, go ahead. You want to go, Amber? Go ahead, Amber. Oh, thanks. So basically, like with me, I had started reading, like when quarantine and stuff started, I was like, I'm going to make a point to read the Bible. I had read the New Testament when I was like 19. I'll be 29 next Saturday. And so when I was 19, I had read the New Testament and I was like, okay, yeah, like, okay. And then I was like, I haven't read the Old Testament. So during quarantine, I was like, I'm going to read the Old Testament. I had read Job and 1st and 2nd Samuel, Genesis, Exodus. I was flying through the books. And I thought about it. I was like, you know, God, like we know that the Old Testament is law and New Testament is grace, and that's beautiful. But I was like, if I was living in the Old Testament, would I have the audacity to pledge a sorority, to like, you know, kneel before this altar that wasn't created in reference to God, to wear a Greek god over my heart, like doing all these things? Like, I wouldn't have the audacity to do that. And if I did, like, you know, I wouldn't be around for long, like, because God, he did not play. And so then that was like, for me, I was like, okay, I have to get out of it. And then very shortly after that, I had a dream where the 7-year tribulation, the Great Tribulation started. And like people were panicking and they were trying to figure out how they were going to get groceries. And the only thing that I was thinking in the dream was, how am I going to get this letter to nationals to denounce? I feel like it's too late now. And I woke up that day and I was like, that is it. That's done. I'm sending my letter on.
Yeah.
Shit, all you gotta do is stop paying your dues.
Whoever wants to go ahead and chime in next. Thank you for
I'll
sharing,
go.
everybody. Amber.
Okay, so my moment of truth was really, it's been an iterative process. There's been things that build upon things because I said goodbye before I knew why. And the reason what prompted me to say goodbye was that God basically told me to pack up all my paraphernalia. And so in the process of him telling me that, I already knew because he had taken me through other deliverance or purging moments in my life. And so I already knew that he was having me get rid of all this paraphernalia, thousands of dollars that was represented in stuff, in material items, that the next step was going to be to say goodbye. So I didn't even have to question or wonder or be convinced. It was like, okay, he's prepared. I prayed, and I had said, Father, break my heart with the things that break yours. And so I already knew in my heart that this was one of the things that broke his heart. So I responded, I said goodbye, and then he started unfolding the whys over the years, with the most recent one just being the beginning of the fall. So it's just an iterative process of learning all the different reasons why it's a good thing to be out and not in. But my moment of truth was when he told me to get rid of the stuff.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Esther.
You're on.
Whenever somebody's finished, you can just go right ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
My moment of truth came one day. I was in my closet and I was trying to set it up like a war room. Remember that movie War Room, where you go in that war room and you get it all set up? And the first day she went in with a bag of chips because she didn't know what was going on. And that second day, the more she prayed and prayed and prayed, God began to reveal some things to her. So January 2019, I said, I need to really be more active with my prayer life and set some time aside and get a space for this prayer. And so I was doing that, and I was in the right place with God. And then I heard the Spirit say, when I was, saying, Lord, I'm ready to go to this next level, to you continue to reveal some things to me. And he brought to me a couple of things in my life that he said, you have to choose. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? And so he brought to me the parable of the young rich ruler. Jesus was counseling him. It's in the book of Matthew. So this young rich ruler, he wanted to be a follower of God, and he wanted salvation. And God gave him a number of things of what he had to do to be saved. You can't be a murderer. You can't be an adulterer. And the young king was like, I'm good because I'm not doing none of that stuff. But then when God came to him about his riches, he could not give up the very thing that he loved. So he went away and more than likely didn't get salvation because he couldn't disconnect himself from his riches. And so God brought Delta to me, and he brought some other things to me that I had made a covenant with. He said, you're in a good place, but you're going to have to disconnect yourself with Delta Sigma Theta and with other things in your life that you have made a covenant with, and keep me first in your life. So I began to do some research for myself, because just like what everybody else said, it was like, okay, a whole lot of religious friends and everybody else are in this ministry. So how can it be so bad? Because they're doing so much good stuff. Community service, we're helping people, we're feeding the homeless. I'm like, I like being a Delta. There was like a pride thing with it every time you wear your paraphernalia and all that stuff. But God said, you gotta choose. You cannot be lukewarm. You cannot be straddling the fence. You're asking me to take you to that next level. So are you going to be like this young rich king and say you don't want to sever ties and lose salvation? Or are you going to be bold enough and love me more than you love all this other stuff and denounce Delta Sigma Theta? And that was my moment of truth.
Amen. Thank you. Yes.
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I would have to say that I had little nuggets of truth leading up to the moment of truth. Even as early as within a couple of years after becoming a Delta, certain friends and things would kind of drop little things like, Sharnette, you think
you know, I saw this video from Pastor G. Craig Lewis of EX Ministries, and he was talking about how being a part of these fraternities and sororities is not of God. Of course, I brushed it off because I was sure about wanting to become a Delta, wanting to be a Delta, and my desire for why I wanted to pledge the sorority. And I just brushed it off because I didn't want to hear it at the time. And fast forward to 2018, I was at a space in my life where I was like, Lord, just start revealing to me every area of my life that I'm falling short in, whether it's my marriage, as a mom, as a career person, an employee, whatever it is, God, show me. And amongst other things, Delta was one of those things. And the moment of truth was when God, I believe it wasn't an audible voice, but it was just an unction to go get your ritual book, Sharnette. And I got through all my little box of Delta trinkets and things like that, memorabilia, paraphernalia, opened up my ritual because I really only used the ritual when we would be at a chapter meeting or things of that nature. Never read it from beginning to end until that very night. And let's just say I was grieved to the core. Couldn't believe that I had willingly recited the things that I had recited. No one forced me to recite them. It's just that I feel my eyes were blinded all this time. And I had to repent. That night, I gathered up every piece of Delta paraphernalia I had in my house, bagged it up. And by this time, it was about 2 o'clock or so in the morning. Woke him up, was like, walk with me to the garbage. I need to get this stuff out of the house. It was that strong of a feeling. I couldn't go to sleep until I had it all out of my house. And that was the real moment of truth for me. Babe?
For me, with her making that transition, now it's starting to chip away at me. So one thing I love about my wife, she never forced anything on me, never beat me over my head, never tried to set me up or anything of that nature, even though I felt like it happened though. But, we started watching the whole series of Craig G. Lewis, The Truth Behind Hip Hop. So we went, so you can imagine how many hours that was. So thank God to a certain degree for COVID. So I was able to sit there and watch a lot of that information. I also watched the video of Pastor Frederick Price and as well as Pastor Davis. And needless to say, I was getting socked upside the head. I just couldn't avoid the uppercuts and the right hooks as far as the information that was coming. And it was very, very, very difficult for me to swallow because of being a part of and loving Omega. Like, I'm in that space where when you're 30 years in, you're kind of like on co-pilot because everywhere you go, you know, it's the love, it's the, you know, the bruh, like what's happening, Rudy, all that, everything that came with it. So I'm like, how? And I'm up in front of the church. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. I used to be up in front of the church. I would have on my Nelia, my camis, my goldies, doing praise and worship, setting out high. Because I'm the praise and worship leader. I literally went back to my pastor and apologized to him about what I had did because I just wanted to be right. And I thank God for grace and mercy. Like I easily could have lost my life during that time. I went across a spell where I had blood clots in my body and they kept me in the hospital for like 3.5, 4 days and didn't know why I had the blood clots. But God saw fit to spare me to have a day to be a part of this moment of truth. And once I finished watching those videos, praying, just asking my wife, just give me some time to just kind of digest this, because this is hard on me. I was hurting, like I was tormented. You know, had some tears, crying. And then once I got to that space where God is like, let's go, just was obedient to his word. I got on the phone and I told my wife, I said, you know what? We finna run. This is me and you.
we're gonna line ourselves up with the will of God, and whatever happens, happens after that. You know, and that's pretty much where it was. So, like I said, September, right around the earlier part of October, right at when I was about to turn 50, I said, I'm done.
Amen.
That's awesome. You said something key about just the fact of, you know, things that we see in the church. And, you know, that was mentioned, of course, by Teresa as well. And like you being up there, either praise and worship leader. And I mean, I've been at churches here in Atlanta where the pastor they have Greek days at their churches. And I remember there's a pastor here that had crossed back in 2015. And after when he actually crossed, like the next day, since he was a pastor at that church, I mean, the whole entire church, they were ski-weeing, ooping, all of the Omegas was all up at the pulpit. They were hopping and they were doing all this kind of other stuff. And we think that this is acceptable to the Lord. Like, we think that God is pleased with that. You know what I mean? And it's amazing in the sense of like how we look at this as it's okay. And it reminds me of like a spirit of Cain. Like, we think that God is just going to accept anything, but he's not, you know what I mean? And it's in our pride and in our rebellion in our heart that we think that this is all okay with God. When we're supposed to be preaching and leading people to him, we throwing up pyramids, and I did it too. You know, I'll share that too, but I did it too, to Kim. I was in church, you know, where Nelia threw up the pyramids. I did all that kind of stuff too. So, but I don't want to take away from the next person. Go right ahead and chime in.
Hey guys, so and I'm just enjoying all of this listening. For me, the conviction started when I asked him, show me what's in my heart. And that, listen, if you're not ready, that's a powerful prayer. And I was like, God, you know, I was in my prayer room. Who watched War Room? I was with you, girl, because he I
watched it too.
Create my spare bedroom into a prayer room. I'm like, God, show me what's in my heart. And my old line number was 24. And it was a few days after my 24th birthday. I attended, that was my last chapter meeting I attended. I love going to help the older women. And I remember helping them set up the altar. And by then I was already doing research, praying, just reading general stuff, reading the Bible more, looking up, you know, in the back of the Bible, looking up the different words and stuff. And it bothered me for the first time where I was like, why do we have an altar? What's the purpose of having an altar? Like it literally just bothered me. I'm like, I know in the Bible what they use altars for, sacrifices and showing honor, regardless of whatever the deed is. And I was like, that's bothering me for whatever now, but I'm gonna put the sheet on and keep it moving. And so we were in the meeting, came to the part of saying the oath. And this is when the Holy Spirit said, stop saying it. And I looked around the room as if y'all didn't hear that. And it was like, I'm talking to you. And that shook me. That just shook me. And I said, okay, this is my last chapter meeting. Lord, I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna need to spend a little bit more time with you. And so I was sitting in my prayer room after that, and he told me 3 things. My heart was heavy, like it was just like a weight on me. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just, it's just heavy. And he said, clean up, contact, and move on. And I knew exactly what he was talking about. And I went through that morning. I went through that depression. I went through all of that and still going through a healing process with it. But it was like, okay, I'd rather have you. I'd rather have you. So that was my moment of truth.
Man, thank you. The Lord will literally, listen, he chases those whom he loves, right?
Yeah.
Like, he will let us know. And for us to really be thankful that, you know, we talk about that the fact that he never gave up on us, you know what I mean? And that he came after us and that, you know, one of my favorite scriptures is the scripture, what is it? 2 Peter 3:9. The Lord is not slack concerning his promises, as some count slackness, but is long suffering towards us, that not anyone should perish, but all will come into repentance, right? So that long suffering, and because he's long suffering, does not necessarily mean he's accepting what we're doing, but he's being patient and merciful with us so that we will come into repentance, so we are not lost. And we take it for granted a lot of times that because we don't have an immediate consequence for sin, we think that God is pleased, but you know, he's long suffering, and we just thank him, all of us, for every part of our testimony for being long suffering. So thank you, Stevie. Next person. I think we hear an echo from somewhere.
So I'll go next. For me, it was a series of things that led up to that moment. The first thing is I was all the way out of order and just a hot mess. Let me just name that up front. And I had, I thought I had it all together. So I was in a totally different career that I had no business in. And I just decided one day, because I was so frustrated and not happy with it, and decided to ask God, like, okay, God, what would you have me do? And that started the wheel to turn, because he said, teach. Now, at the time I was like, I don't even like kids. I don't want to, I'm not doing that. And so that was it. Like I had to make a choice. And so I chose to give up my job, and it was half my salary. And so I gave up my job and started teaching. And so along that way, he started like dealing with me on symbols. And so it started that Ed Hardy he was like hot and heavy on the scene, and everybody, all the kids were like wearing it. And it was just like the most satanic clothing ever, like just skulls and blood and knives. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I had
a pair of Ed Hardy shoes. I remember.
Oh, wow. So like, I kept thinking, why would you wear that? But I mean, so I started like researching the symbols so I could understand like what exactly they were wearing. And so from there, he led me to like, I was cleaning up one day and I had an Earth, Wind, and Fire CD. That it was just a Saturday cleanup jams. And for some reason, I found myself looking in the cover, and one of the, now I had this CD for a month of Sundays, y'all. I want y'all to understand it was like 10 or so years. Because I had it in college, and this had been some time. It was like 13 years later. And so he had me like flipping. I was just flipping through the CD cover. And so I got to in the back of the cover, they had like interviews from each of the singers in the group. One of the singers started saying, like, back during the time when they came out, they were trying to be like, the question was, how have you guys remained timeless over all the years? Because it was like the greatest hit CD. So the singer's response was, well, during the time when we came out, we were trying to be an alternate spiritual experience. And so for people of color. And so through doing that, all of our music was really about our spiritual beliefs and blah, blah, blah. So if you dug deep into like Earth, Wind, and Fire and like who they are, you understand like the context of that. So I'm looking, and then I see like a Ankh, then I see like a Delta like symbol, like a triangle. Then I see like look, all these symbols. I hear these symbols again. So here I am like, well, why is that Delta up there? So of course I brushed it off like, okay, it's just a coincidence. It may mean something for Earth, Wind, and Fire, but it has nothing to do with Delta. But I felt like a strong like pressing, but I was immediately like, no, go away. So he kept dealing with me with the music to the point where I had to like denounce all of the music. Like, you cannot keep this, Jamila. You have to give it up, and here's why. So he took me through that series. Then it became witchcraft. Look at these symbols. I saw the Sigma symbol. I saw the Alpha symbol. I saw all of the sorority symbols. And of course, that Delta was there again. And I don't know if you guys remember, but Jay-Z had all of a sudden started holding up the pyramid. And me and the girls who were like still in touch, like on the line that I crossed on, we thought that was the coolest thing. Like, yeah, Jay-Z is repping that triangle, blah, blah. But then I started remembering, I saw it in Earth, Wind, and Fire. I saw it here, I saw that. So that made me go to the ritual. And at that point, I heard a strong conviction, like, you cannot keep this. You have to give it up. You cannot take it where I'm leading you. Give it up now. course, I shrugged it off. But the series, that was the moment. That was the defining moment where I just decided, okay, Lord, I'll give up my chapter, but I'm in a good alumni chapter. They're nice and sweet and kind. I don't want to, why do I have to give it up? But that started the series, and eventually that led to me like undeniably going through the rituals. And it was because of everything I had learned up to that point, I just couldn't deny it any longer.
That Earth, Wind, and Fire, a lot of that music, right? A lot of that music that we don't deal with that are open doors. Earth, Wind, and Fire is very much was into the occult, hence the elements, Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's part of, they use that in Wiccan and all those types of things. And it's not just Earth, Wind, and Fire. You can go back way far. The Beatles, they were definitely satanic. A lot of the music that the music has gotten worse. Even, now it's blatant. You can see a video with a satanic pentagram in it, and people think it's okay. But back in the day, I know we're around like the same age, like, in our 40s, but back in the day, it wasn't as blatant, so you didn't know. But go ahead, Anthony. I don't want to interrupt what you're about to share with your testimony.
So my moment of truth came through at the end of a long series, and so as my wife just explained what she was going through, and she would tell me, like, this is what I think I'm being led to do. And I remember my initial reaction. Matter of fact, we was in our townhouse before we moved to Atlanta, but we were there, and she told me, I remember saying in the bathroom, I looked her in the face and I said, you must be crazy. There's no way I'm going to denounce my fraternity. There's no way. And I stood flat-footed and looked her dead in the eye, and I said, I'm not giving it up. And that's what I was on. She said, well, she kept on with her process that she just explained, and I was right there. And I was just shaking my head the whole time, like, I don't know what you're doing, but that ain't what I'm going to do. And so, months had passed, and it got to a point we was in Virginia, in her hometown, at her grandmother's house, and her grandmother had some stuff in the little cabinet about Eastern Stars. And so we looked at her and was like, oh, you was an Eastern Star grandma? And she said, I'm not anymore. She said, but I was. And my question to her was, well, why did you just all of a sudden just stop? Like, why did you give it up or whatever? And her response is what led me down the path of denouncing. And so her response was, you can tell what a tree is by the fruit that it bears. And when she said that, I immediately thought, like, okay, it's all like, Masons, Eastern Stars, secret societies, quote unquote. And I started thinking to myself, I didn't say anything to what she said. It's kind of like time stopped for a second. And I started reflecting on, okay, I'm in an organization, so I know.
Let's pause it right here for a second.
And that led me along the path. And so at first I was like, no, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm still, ain't no way I'm giving this. You know what I had to go through? Do you know what I had to do? And so, but as time progressed, it just kept laying on me, like, you can tell what a tree by the fruit that it bears. And I'm thinking to myself, I know the fruit that the organization bears, because I know what we do. I know what the public sees, and I know what we do behind closed doors.
Hey, can we pause it right here?
Being a Christian, and I was like a new Christian. And so it all started with asking the questions why. Because I used to get in trouble from my parents from asking just why this, why that, why this, why that. And I realized that I had taken everything for face value. Like if when we got in the frat, you say this is what it is, and you're like, okay, it's in the frat. That's what it is. And so I started asking.
Hey, can we pause it right here?
Like why do we hold our hands?
Let's pause it right here.
Why do we, when we go to meetings, why we do this, and why is that, and why can we tell this but we can't tell that, and why? And so all these series of questions of why, and I'm resisting the whole time. Like I'm trying to, and what I started out doing was, I'm gonna figure out a way that I can stay in the organization and stay safe. And so asking these questions, every time I would find the answer to one question, I would say, no, that ain't good enough. Now ask the next question, and the next question, and the next question. And so it took 10 months. So it was a 10-month journey. And what I decided to do was to match up the organization, put it side by side with the Bible. So as I'm reading my Bible, as I'm studying the word, I'm matching it up with the things that I, knew it from the organization. And so 10 months later, I got, and I was kind of, every time I would find something in the Bible, and it was like, wow, like this is not what the Bible is telling me to do. This is not how the Bible is telling me to live my life. And so after that 10-month period, the moment of truth came when I heard, and it was laid in my spirit heavy, like, you have to choose.
We got a Hanu Kiel back in the building. What's we got in the building, yeah? Cobra Commander, Hiker, Asar, and Hawk School is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. So far, right? Once again, we're hearing of these secret societies, and people are basically coming into the fruition or coming to the knowledge that these things is negative. And a lot of people are saying, well, they're going from one organization or back to one organization, going to another, back to another secret society. Make that make sense to people that are still stuck in religious dogmas and organizations. Not saying spirituality, we're talking about religion, how they are a part as well of the secret societies, brothers. And the degrees and Masonic stuff. Anybody can take that. Go first. Y'all hear the question?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you super low.
Oh, you said I'm low? You can hear me better now?
I think so.
Hold up, nah. You know what it is? Let me put my headset in.
Can somebody else say something? Testing. Let's go.
Everybody sleep.
What y'all doing, man? Y'all on the panel?
Man, you know what I'm doing? I'm studying. I'm getting my stuff ready for the First American stuff, man. But
I'm watching. I'm listening. Enjoying it.
But I definitely heard exactly what they were saying, and that's why I put my Paradise Lost book up, which I'll be inherited when my mother joins the ancestors. It's a lot of odd stuff that they have in these sororities and fraternities, and I'm glad to see that they're coming out of it. Although they're going into something that I don't agree with. I didn't hear anyone say Jesus, but they're going to God in a Christian like. Well, you know what? I can't even say they're going Christian, but they're leaning towards, okay, that's the devil, some satanic stuff, some Greek stuff, and we're going to go with the way of the Lord. I'll just say it like that, which is cool because at least it brought them out of that. I'll say that. Peace.
Well, and look at it, once again, notice, I understand that the European has taken everything, right? I understand that as to be a true fact of history, right? Even though they say they created certain things, right? Math, science, arithmetic, all these things that they say they created, right? But also they said they created these systems, these secret societies and stuff like that. They didn't. These things are ancient in America. We're the ancient builders. And we use this sacred science for thousands of years, if not millions of years. Yeah. So how are they using? Well, not basically. That's not the question I want to ask. How do we get to take our power back? Because they're using all of our spiritual systems, our mystery systems, everything. everything against us. How do we get it back? Brother?
Hold up, man. Touch on these people first, man. Y'all gonna hear me? Chief.
Nah, yeah, you super low. You might have to change your microphone too. You might be.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Oh, the audio. All right, how I sound now?
You good, bro.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, but that's how I look at it, right? Like I said earlier, there's levels to this shit. And some people have to go through Christianity or go through religion to get to where we at now. Right. So, but these people are fucking indoctrinated heavy. Like any type of way you need a book or scriptures to guide your life, these scriptures are for you to be able to, uplift yourself and be able to make decisions on your own. Not keep on referring to, oh, well, God had me doing this and God had me doing that. Nah, you got a self-lawing master. You know what I'm saying? You use the knowledge that you get along the way for you to be able to navigate on this plane. You don't always have to reference, you know what I'm saying, whatever your higher power is, because your higher power is giving you information for you to be able to guide yourself, because all this shit equates to the same shit you've been seeing all your life. No matter, even if you see it in scriptures, these people are heavily indoctrinated. Now, like I was saying earlier, you know what I'm saying, you got people who might have been on drugs or people who might have been crackheads and they turn towards the church to get them out of that. But then once you get out of that, then you have to start debunking this shit right here as well. And then realizing, like, once you realize, what you was doing out there and you able to find, you know what I'm saying, something that helps govern you until you're able to govern yourself. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this shit is just like, so let's say, for example, you got a mentor, right? A mentor is placed to help you be able to acknowledge the shit that you're doing wrong until you're able to mentor yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So in a lot of these cases, man, people, they stay stuck on this shit and they never able to get themselves out of it or whatever. Like what these people saying, like they're heavily indoctrinated, man. You know what I'm saying? They, like Psalms 28 say, yeah, all gods, but you're gonna die like men and women. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta understand that. But you take this information that you're getting, you take what your experiences is, because in that so-called Bible, there's nothing but experiences of people who came before you and made the same mistakes, and you're supposed to be able to like you're supposed to be able to relate to the stories that's in there for your own shortcomings, not stay stuck on that shit. These people are stuck on it. They think anything you see that's like any darkness or anything that has a like he was saying, Ed Hardy, you know what I'm saying, you could wear that shit, but you don't have to like be part of what you think that shit is about. If you're not acting that shit out, then you're not part of it. And I'm not even saying like even with the clothing thing, because we touched on that earlier too. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get that caught up into things to where you are allowing this shit right here to tell you, oh, you're evil if you wear this, or you know what I'm saying, or you're going towards the dark side if you wearing this type of clothing or whatever. Like some things are out of the way. Like I seen a girl the other day, she had Savage on, like on her pants. And I'm like, yo, I was just thinking myself, like, damn, man, motherfuckers, the fuck we coming to a person refer to themselves as a savage. A savage is a fucking, you know what I'm saying, what a heathen. You know what I'm saying? If you refer to yourself as a savage, you know, like they say, when you say things and you refer to yourself as these things, you speak it into existence. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to have some type of knowledge that helps govern you for you to get to that next level. We all on this platform that went through some type of religion or some type of, not even religion, but just some type of reference to what religion is that you probably apply to your life. You know what I'm saying? Most of us get our morals from what your grandmother taught you or what the people in your family taught you that might have been, you know, these people that went to church every Sunday or whatever. But at the end of the day, you take aspects of that and you apply it to what you know is true. Once you debunk the whole fact that, you know, these fairy tales that they tell you about these religions, you know, Christ rising on the third day and all of these are allegories. And you take that shit, you know what I'm saying? If you take that shit literally like these people take it, then you will be up there looking all, these people look crazy up there talking about this, you know what I'm saying, about religion and the aspect that they doing. So, you know, and like a lot of this shit is related to, they don't even know that they still part of like these secret societies and all that shit. They might not be practicing the total darkness of it, but they are part of it because they can't think for themselves, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't think for themselves, man. And that's the problem with us, man. Just as people, like, you know, I'm not telling you that some people don't need to go through some, if you can't get help nowhere else, and if you could turn towards the church and the church can help you for a period of time until you're able to stand on your own, you know, I know why people do that. But to be totally stuck with it and not be able to understand that this shit right here ain't real neither, then that's the problem.
Yes, sir. Who's we got in the building, yo? Asar, Hawk Schools in the building, Hikers in the building. I mean, but majority of our people, though, when you think about it, right? If we're gonna get to the bottom of this thing, I know people don't understand the secret society that what we're talking about is the church or the religious institutions and how they spy on our people. When I was doing the research on the ghetto informant program, it's been a well-known fact that the pastors of churches are part of the ghetto informant program, keyword informing, spying on our community, on our people. This is the problem. This is what has happened to us, you know, the whole way. Because when I hear, okay, perfect example, right? When I hear that, for instance, Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma back in the days, I don't even like these terms, Black Wall Street and stuff like that, whatever, right? What they're calling Black Wall Street in Tulsa, right? They had churches. So in my brain, because I know that the religious stuff and the churches have been enemies to our people. That was like almost to me the people who were working from the inside with them. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So kind of walk us through that, if y'all can.
Well, elaborate on more on what you was just saying, Chief.
Okay, we know that they use religion as one of the main weapons to indoctrinate us, to colonize us, to keep themselves into power because we're docile, right? All these guys that are part of these fraternity and sororities are also a part of the church fraternity or Masonic groups. And we're talking about that these people don't know that they're joining a Masonic organization when they join these fraternities and sororities, right? But what you don't know is that when you're a member and you're paying tithes to a church, you're also a part of a Masonic organization, and there's levels to it. So Sunday school would be the first degree. They understand what I'm saying. Like they're just not saying it, but this is what it is. This is a Masonic organization. It's a Masonic ritual, even from communion, drinking the grape juice and eating the flesh of Jesus and all these things. And they talk about necromancy. When a lot of these people were denouncing these Greek organizations, they were like, well, they're trying to replace Jesus. So y'all see the difference? Well, no, Jesus is also a part of this system that so they like jumping out of the fire into jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak. So kind of speak on that, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, man, they stay stuck on this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? This like ain't none of it. It's like in a couple years, man. Like even upon this information we building on, you know, there's other levels to this too, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and nobody gonna be stuck on one level. Like like you said, they use and they promote a lot of this stuff to keep people docile. You know what I'm saying? By having you turn the other cheek while these people fucking kill you and do all of the stuff that they do, and you keep on saying, well, he's gonna save me and all this other stuff, but you don't utilize the resources that you got for you to be able to, you know what I'm saying, defend yourself or be able to uplift yourself. You rely upon, you know what I'm saying, a fucking, you know, a false reality, man. You know what I'm saying, and a book. And that's the problem, like you said, you know, with these secret societies, just like Martin Luther King, turn the other cheek while motherfuckers sit up here and fucking spit on you, throw shit on you, and fucking sick dogs on you and do all of this stuff or whatever, and never use. You have a right to defend yourself. You have a right to, you know what I'm saying, when somebody's violating you, there's levels to this shit to when you're gonna have to be violent, or you're gonna have to be able to defend yourself to a point to where you ain't gonna keep allowing people to fucking just treat you like, or disrespect you, or treat you like you ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of this whole system is set up on, oh, we could do this to you, but then if you do it back to them, then they start criticizing you or start ostracizing you and making it seem like you the problem. But the problem was started by other people or by a system in which that we wasn't able to like uplift ourselves, or, you know, overthrow the system, or even eliminate ourselves from the system. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that has something to do with it as well. You know.
Well, once again, like, so a lot of times people are attached to these things, and it's all based off of indoctrination, fear mongering. Like the whole concept, a lot of times, you know, when we go back and forth and we're telling people, you know, there's levels, you know, when shout out to Professor Griff, said all blades of grass don't grow the same, right? So that's coming out of these dogmatic religious organizations. It's not about Jesus. It's not about any of these things. Once again, it's taking you away from your ancestors, away from your land, away from, you know what I'm saying? You're worshiping them. Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about God and your master and all these other people, you're literally talking about these people who set these systems up. This is what you're talking about. You're not talking about Jesus. You're not talking about God or the creator or the ancestor. You're talking about these people. And that's the system that you're upholding. That's what we're exposing when we're talking about Baby Boule and all these systems. It's a system to put us where we at right now. So, right, the system, these people have put us in the social, political, economic quagmire that we're in right now, right? And you would think because we have all these educated doctors, lawyers, all these frat niggas and sorority people every year, but because they have taken an oath to these people, okay? It's bigger than just the Boule. It's other secret societies and other interests that these people are using feed and blood suck off of us. Do you understand what I'm saying? They use our own people to do it. They enrich them and they empower them, but these people are trading and working against our people. It's bigger than, I heard them say earlier in the thing, demons. Like they're conjuring up demons. This is a real thing. Once you start getting into the levels of this, right? They start conjuring up demons. So when we talk about these Masonic organizations, right? You know, people say, well, it's 33 degrees. Well, I just found out it's like over 1,000 degrees, right? And then you're going up and down, right? And the down part is the what do they call it? The dark side, right? You know what I'm saying? You're going to the light side, you're going to the dark side, as far as gaining degrees and things of that nature. Have you guys heard about anything of that, about the dark side? Because we're going to have to talk about this, the Baphomets and all these things, because once again, I remember when Beyonce, it was a Super Bowl, so this was planned, okay? It was pyramids everywhere, right? But Beyonce had a big ass goat ring, and the reason why I know it was a goat, and it was big, because it was a big ass goat ring. Boom, you can see it, right? She had a goat dress on. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. She had a goat dress on, okay? She was goated out. And she wasn't talking about the greatest of all time. She was putting on a performance for the Baphomet. Now, are we saying that, do y'all know anything about the Baphomet? Do we need to talk about this or whatever? Do we pull something up about the Baphomet? These guys, or because I wanted to work to that. I wanted to get to that because a lot of times I haven't heard any of these people say anything about the Baphomet yet. And I watched a lot of hours of these people denouncing stuff, but it's not that they have got to that point yet or whatever. But Beyonce was clearly doing a ritual for Super Bowl for the Baphomet. So when we're talking about, I know we can pull the imagery up of that or whatever, but when we're talking about hip hop and the Illuminati, it's bigger than that, because we just seen Steve Coakley, shout out to his mortal Steve Coakley, talk about from every person that you've seen out, from Cab Calloway and all these other people, writers, singers, dancers, all these people were funded by these people. Let's talk about it. Y'all got the floor. You niggas sleep on here, man? Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m. We are 2am.com. Wake the fuck up here. What y'all got going on in this motherfucker, man? Let's get it going. We need some music or something around this bitch. What is happening? What do y'all got going?
No spooking now. It's time.
It's up. It's up there, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We getting it in. Hey, we can put the video back on, you know, and get some more information from these people. Y'all want to? Let's get it.
Don't play no more of this shit, man.
I mean, shit, nigga, you niggas ain't.
That's some heavy shit, man. That shit's some real indoctrinating. You know what I'm saying? The shit they
wake up.
These people are under real heavy mind control, man.
Well, hopefully, you know, they'll be able to see this and we'll be able to give them something. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, they were men and women enough to walk away from something that they love. You know what I'm saying? Like the one dude was like, "Yo, I love Omega. He was in it for 30 years." 30 years.
But look, but see, listen, they are able to like talk some truth with what they saying, but see, we gotta acknowledge what is, like you said, demons, and what is like this demonic, these demonic acts, man. Most all these demonic acts are surrounded upon all of, like, you know what I'm saying, the sexuality, you know, like the power and like the survivalness or whatever, which they call a lower self, right? And all of this stuff is all related and all surrounding this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but one thing you got to look at, like you said, Cap Calloway, right? You know, like he was just doing his craft. Now, some of these other people, they kind of promote shit that kind of conflict with the way we trying to the way we raising our children, or the way you trying to, you know, become a better person as a human being. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit is like it's like I said, it's how do you say, it's a conflict of interest on yourself and on your society. So, you know, when you got you said Cap Calloway, me personally, I don't see exactly what he was doing that was a negative influence to our people, as opposed to doing his craft. But some of these other people, they promote stuff and they put stuff over the airways that basically goes against your morals and your principles just as a human being. Now, you know, I know a lot of people, they, you know, don't kind of get it or don't understand it, but you know, a lot of stuff, well, what do we say it surrounds? It surrounds murder. It surrounds people, you know, who who use power or to corrupt other people, or who use like sexuality to corrupt other people and use sexuality in the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody like sex, or everybody like, you know, beautiful women, or everybody like, you know, certain things, but a lot of that stuff is of the lower nature. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, one thing I did hear some of these people say, they, like you said, they was able to separate themselves from some of this satanic, or, you know what I'm saying, these negative influences that most people embrace. And if you're not part of these negative influences, most people will look down on you or think that something is wrong with you because you're not about that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's levels to all this shit, man. However you look at it, there's definitely levels.
Or do you guys know anything about the Baphomet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But even that ain't as wicked as we think it is. You know what I'm saying? You know, they try to make it seem like, because it's a scary looking being or whatever. And you, if you notice, he got one hand risen up and one hand risen down. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of back in the nature of as above, so below. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff that they telling you is spooky shit. A lot of us don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and it's like, even when you deal with the Alex the Crowley type shit, you know, you can embrace the wickedness or you could denounce the wickedness. You know what I'm saying? It's up to each individual preference. We might look at something that might be wicked to us, but to somebody else is not wicked to them. You know what I'm saying? According to how your morals and your upbringing is. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, I mean, the Baphomet, you know, a lot of that shit and whatever, you know, the satanic star, or you know what I'm saying, the what is it, the pentagram, you know, that's like the pentagram is like, it would be like putting the content to how the LGBT use the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? And what do they put down? Like, even when you look at the chakra system, you know, red is down, right? And purple is up. On the LGBT flag, red is up and purple's down. The same way like the pentagram. The tip of the star is pointed down. And the other part of the star is pointed up. You know what I'm saying? So like, even when you look at the star, most people equate the top of the star, to being how they say, earth, fire, water, and air, and spirit, or the ether. You know what I'm saying? Which is the tip of the star, which would be the spiritual system. They point that down to say, well, to hell with that, and just embrace the wickedness. The same thing like the LGBT flag does. You know what I'm saying? It tells you to get into the survival or the sexuality of it. You know what I'm saying? Because like if you look at how the LGBT flag is, and look at the chakra system. You got red, then you got we got red, orange, yellow, green. You got like what is that? Indigo, violet, and purple. Or if I'm saying it right, or whatever. And purple is at the top. Purple will be what? Spirituality. And red will be what? Survival, right? They got survival pointed up and spirituality pointed down. The same thing as the pentagram. Now somebody came up with that and gave that shit back to the people for the people to use it. That shit ain't ironic that shit is layered like that. You know what I'm saying? But some of the stuff that they saying is evil is not evil. It's just up to the interpretation of the people who looking at it. You know what I'm saying? I listened to Brother Panic for years. You know, Bobby Hemmett for years. You know what I'm saying? And some of these other individuals, man, that go in on this shit. You know, Brother Panic goes in on it a lot too. Like even the Baphomet. And I'm not saying what he does is good for me, but he brings some understanding to it. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of people don't understand it. You know, but just like, you know, for people who in church or people who deal with this religious system, you know, they look at a lot of this shit as the devil. There's no such thing as the devil. The devil is within you. That's why they always tell you your conscience or your ego causes you to do a lot of the stuff that they say that the devil made you do. But it's really your own self, your own inner self is the shit that causes you to do what you do. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say you got to be careful what you watch or what you put into your brain, because sometimes you'll be how do you say you'll be eager to try it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you see something, you know, you watch porn or some shit like that, and you see a certain sex act. You know, some people will try. Some people will be like, man, that's some bullshit. Other people will be like, you know what, let me try it. You know what I'm saying? And then they will act out this shit that they put into their brain or put into their mind. So, you know what I'm saying? You just got to know better or what's within your moral code of what to do and what not to do. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was talking about the drugs earlier, you know what I'm saying? That's how I look at things. Everybody don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we all got different opinions or different, you know, realities on how things should be lived out in this reality.
I put the Baphomet in the chat room for anybody that want to know what the Baphomet is, but we can get into it if y'all want to. Wake up, wake up.
Yes, everybody sleep, man, but I'm about to take it down myself, man. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, man. But you know, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all the Aborigines. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to Supreme Chief Holiday. Everybody on the panel. Until the next time, fellas or guys and goddesses. Peace.
Everybody else sleep, man? You. You guys good? Asar, Hiker, Lotus. Well, anyway, y'all. We're gonna guys. Peace to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I want to say thank Julia for the super chat. Definitely appreciate that, sis. If you guys want to support the movement, OnlyBuilders, there you go. Thank you guys in advance. Thanks in advance. Appreciate you guys tapping in today, man. We definitely appreciate it. Let's see. Peace to everybody in the chat room. I see Sagittarius in there. Rain Alexander. Let's talk about it. Who else we got? King Justice in here. King of Kabbalah. Ratazala. Fishing with Camo Joe. Free Papu. FOB. Thomas Dodson. Skittles. Nova the Star. Hardline. Hefe. DJ ZPE. Black Indian Immigrated. Make sure I haven't missed nobody, man. I want to say peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Let's see. Make sure I get everybody. Lou Era, Grassroots in the building. Make sure I get everybody. Daniel Hume. Okay, all right. Make sure everybody in here, man. AANII. Killers, like killing. Okay. So we got in that building, y'all. Hey, who's that on there? Who's that talking? Or not talking? Who's that on the panel, man? Julia. Okay. Got everybody. I see Reagan X in the building. N. Jones. Definitely appreciate you guys tapping in, man. Peace to all the gods. Empress Awakening is in the building. Shout out to Empress Awakening. The Cash App. Copper Tone is in the building. Peace. Jim Jones. I'll say peace to everybody, man. The Chosen One. Shout out to all my loved ones in the building, man. We definitely appreciate you all for tapping in. Anybody got anything else y'all want to say on the panel before we get up out of here? Well, let's get this song out and let's get up out of here, y'all. Let's go. A-State Band Runners is Mr. LV. It's called Underhog from the Underhog album. Came out the top of the year, man. Y'all go cop that, man. Go check that out. It's Mr. LV, Underhog. Let's go.
Y'all just let loose a ball head dog. Nigga don't feed me at all. Young nigga hard to kill like Steve. To the neck, no. Y'all just let loose a ball head dog. Nigga don't feature with me at all. Young nigga hard to kill like Steve. Hands to the now. Y'all just let loose a ball head dog. Young nigga hard to kill like Steve. Work, everything. Right with shit. Work, everything. Work, everything. Work, everything. Hands to the now. Let loose ball head dog. Don't feature with me at all. Y'all kill like Steve Seagal. Hey, I got 2 pills. One name Mark and the other name Paul. Hey, yeah, they can solve. One big motherfucker gon' ball. Hey, round sipping. Now I ain't tips. It's a little different. Round the city. Cup full of paint. This ain't with it. Told my ex. I'ma come by and I'ma come hit it. Oops, I did it again. Flex. Play with her heart, but bitch ain't Britney. On hell. Don't fuck with these niggas, they'll tell. Yeah, most of these niggas like the White Howard and Orlando. 12. These niggas wanna see you fail. Set you up for a motherfucker hell. Just a young nigga trying to get my bucks up. Sam, Brazil, Milwaukee. Ooh. Back on my bull, I feel like Benny. Chicago, Chico, baby. That shit ain't on me, man, that shit in me. Looking like money. Ain't got a flash it, but since you wax it, you think I'm a coach. Cause all of my pocket be filled with Jackson. Work, work, everything, everything. Work, work, everything, everything. Work, work, everything, everything. Work, work, everything, everything. Work.
You guys have a good evening. We out of here. Peace out.